Good evening.
Good evening. How are you,
All
Carl?
right. How are you?
I'm alive.
You're alive. You sound like you got a cold, man.
Oh yeah, I do have a cold. Yeah, I do.
Well, that you
Yeah,
can't get
that's
sick,
why I
man.
said.
You need because you're going to DEF CON.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
you
cannot.
take if you need to go to bed and take care of yourself, you should because we can't. You can't miss that.
That's right. No, that I cannot do that. I will. They will kill me if I do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Among other
Kill. We
things.
all will kill you. We'll figure out a way remotely if we have to.
Yeah, yeah. You will send me a packet asking me for my DNS version and you
Yes.
prove the Mortal Pink.
Yeah, but this is so cool. Yeah, I was just talking to Jocelyn. Remember her?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I told her
how can I
about you
not?
getting. I just told her. I said Alberto just pinged me, and I was talking to her on the phone. She's off of Twitter because she got burned by Twitter.
Another one bites the dust.
Another
I
one
mean, we
bites the
have
dust.
Paul Sisla,
Yeah,
Paul Sisla, Jocelyn. I mean, Jocelyn, she was spending so many hours, so many spaces talking. She was chasing Asia at night.
yeah. I know.
Just I was, Asia was hiding from her.
I know. And yeah, it's but yeah, she's
Yeah, yeah.
it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I think, I mean, before one of the first times she started using Twitter, I didn't have no idea who she was. And she came into a space where it was only Samantha and me. And she started talking about the COVID, and holy shit, that person really knows the shit, and the explanation that she was giving about everything. She was talking like I
Well,
don't
you
know,
know
maybe
what?
2 hours,
She,
but it was a
yes,
pleasure.
she was a she's a retired professor from University of California, San Diego. She taught med school students.
Yeah, and she's an expert clearly
Yeah,
on
yeah,
all these things related to
yeah. That's
viruses and
why I
all
told.
that. I mean, the
Yeah,
explanation.
and then we find out later that some people. Yeah, she got. Yeah, and then we tried. Then remember we tried to start that foundation and all that stuff.
Yeah, how can I forget that was the first time that I saw you on Zoom conference, and yeah, it was so funny just sitting on the screen. And the funniest part is was that the conference started like at 2 or 3 p.m.
Right.
and it ended at midnight, and it was me alone eating pizza, and the last one who left before me was Asia, who disappeared from from the Zoom conference. I don't know.
Yeah,
Uh,
but yeah. So I was talking to her. So she was
and how is she? How is she?
all right. She was actually well. See, remember when all this Project 2025 came up?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Yeah, how can I
so
forget?
I've been kind of dinging people in the brain. I'm going, what we need to do is start Enlightenment 2026 to educate people what the fuck's really going on in the world.
Why 2026 and not
Well,
2025?
I just because it would take a year after they listen to all this 2025, after they experience it, then they'd have you because they think this is some of these people think this is going to be the greatest thing that ever happened to them. And now, once they live it, they're
Mm-hmm.
going to realize, shit, this is bad. So you give them Enlightenment 2026 for the next year to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. People, unfortunately, sorry for some of the people that are exemption, but most of the people are stupid and they just listen but they don't hear, or they hear but they don't listen.
Right.
And yeah, you can give them all the evidence, all the proof to tell them with everything, all the
Well,
evidence,
we got people
evidence and
still saying
all
that the
the
earth is
research.
flat. Yeah, yeah, I know. I
Sorry.
said we still got people, the flat earthers out there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, unfortunately, as I myself experience, and Elliot from Mr. Robot said, the only way actually to solve a flaw in a computer system, a security vulnerability, is to make it explode. And that's the only way that it's going to get fixed. Once they see the exploding in front of the eyes, it's not hearing, oh, this is a risk, this is a problem, this is
right.
a bomb. No, the bomb has to explode before taking action, unfortunately. And it's a story, has always happened like that, and it's very sad.
I know you can. That's why I keep telling, and then I keep. That's yeah. You and I've been saying this for a long time, but about what NFTs and all this was about. It was the tool. They're dreaming up weird crap, but what it's good for is, well, you and I said that at time.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's what. But I give up.
Don't give, no, 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 no. Winston Churchill say, never, never, never give up, never give up.
But so anyway, we were just talking about how to implement some of this stuff in 2026. Well, she wants to make it 2025 because she's was thinking just like you. We need to start this now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, time is the only thing that you cannot buy. I
Yeah.
mean, when it's gone, it's gone. Yeah, sometimes I'm very anxious, in particular when in the last years my life and my projects, my I don't know, professionally has been so frustrated. I need to get started and getting things done and start doing things. And yeah, the thing that my passion start to doing what I love
Yeah.
in this life.
So what I told her was, what we need to do is, and then if we do a website, we're going to have to do it manually. We can't just do it, with those damn WordPress. We're going to have to write this out manually and make sure it's secure, because the minute you come up with,
Oh, we can run. Yeah, we can run a Microsoft server and with CrowdStrike and all that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So
Yeah, actually, you didn't know this, but Salvador arrived last Sunday. She was supposed to arrive on Saturday. Her flight from Brussels to Madrid
mhm.
was almost 3 hours late. She missed the connection. He has to stay all night in the airport in Madrid
Wow,
and connect to Buenos Aires. It took 2 days to come here because of the of my beloved Microsoft and CrowdStrike.
I know. You would think that this would wake people up,
Uh, people already forgot this. I think I don't know.
but
Of course,
yeah,
we didn't forget. I mean, but people in general, oh, it was a computer problem. Yeah, whatever. And yeah. Oh, I need a new computer, new system. Oh, let's run Windows. Yeah. Okay, from CrowdStrike. I mean, name.
yeah, because this is fascinating. And you saw what you saw you're not in SSH, are you? You're not in any. You left all those groups, didn't you? SSH ball group and all those others.
No. I am. I mean, the thing is that you are the one who is active there all the time, and where you are all the news that you are sending there, you are sending also to me
Okay,
directly.
okay, okay.
So
You saw what I did what I did the last week. I gave that young programmer IT guy that my old CIE system. You saw the picture of that?
No,
I
I
put it in
honestly
Messenger.
haven't been using Twitter. Okay, let me go to the group also at the same time. Uh, yeah, in the group actually it's like I get always what you are a copy of
Yeah, right.
your share. Uh,
I didn't put it to the group. Wait,
uh,
isn't? Oh no, maybe it's not in SSH. Let's see. Where did I put it?
which is the name of the tweet?
Oh, let me find it. Let me find. I have to go back to either SSH or let's. Is it in Pals? Oh, it's in
Oh,
Pals.
Business Mirror and Pars. I am not in Pars. No, I am in SSH. That you posted a tweet 14 minutes ago uh, from Mesky. Uh, oh my god. You know what? That was funny. Most of my laptops work like that. The power adapter is fucked up. And
Yeah.
oh man.
Well, I'm gonna post it all. Let me find.
Sorry.
Let me find it. I have to go back. Remember where it
Cannot hear you, Carl. Did you, your
Oh,
microphone,
I'm
something
looking
maybe?
my thumb. Hang on.
Oh,
Let me find
Uh,
it.
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question meanwhile for you, Carl. I have
What?
an iPhone 7 that relative works to put it some way. The microphone really sucks. And okay, and but now my an iPhone 6s. I always hear people in the USA saying that Apple, if you say your or if you give them your old iPhones, you get new ones. I don't know, not for free, but
You
paying something, you you,
you can
you
trade them
get a
in.
new device.
Yeah, you trade them in.
Yeah, yeah. How is that? Because I mean, I'm here. The latest version of iPhone costs $2,000.
Oh, I know.
Okay, I don't want that.
I,
I don't want that. I mean, I just want a device that is better than the ones I have. An iPhone 7 is a pain in the ass. The microphone sucks. The 6X the screen is not responding. Uh, yeah, and if I can get better devices, I don't know, 11, whatever, something better than what I have, that would be amazing because here. I cannot do anything except keeping them as a bricks.
hmm. Yeah, that I don't. That I don't. Yeah, I don't know about. Because I have an old iPhone. I just gave up and we got a new one because mine. Because what I did with my old iPhone, I just use it as a mini iPad. I just took the SIM
Oh,
card out of it and used
huh?
it as a mini iPad.
Well, actually, my iPhone 7 doesn't have a SIM card, just have Wi-Fi, but it's not with data connection. It's not connected to the network of the telephone. It's just a Wi-Fi, but it doesn't have a SIM card.
Okay, so then I guess you'd have to get a Bluetooth device for the damn thing. But those are the
Oh, yeah, yeah. The thing is that I'm not spending $200 for AirPods. I
no.
mean,
Just
it's
get
really
one of
so.
those. Get one of those cheap microphones, mic headphones.
Yeah, actually, I am. If you probably the quality of the audio is quite good right now. I am using a headset. The thing is that I hate with that for 7 is that they no longer came with 3.55 millimeters jack for connecting audio. All you can use are Bluetooth devices for headsets. Unlike six, where you can connect a 3.55 millimeters jack audio cable. So yeah, Bluetooth only. and I don't know. Yeah, I have some, but people tell me that when I use them, I sound like really crap on here on the spaces.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I just this is yeah, I know this is the problem, and they're doing this crap
Yeah,
so people have to buy new shit. Go look in your look in your
yeah.
go look in your DM.
Okay, okay. Hold on. Oh, oh yeah. Oh my God. As Asperger was asking me, all those computers work, and I was saying, well, in some years you will have the Museum of Alberto of
Yeah,
Computer.
yeah. Those
Oh
were
my God.
I gave that away to a young kid, a young programmer IT person from my hacking group, and he sat down and
Oh my
it
God.
got me.
Oh my God.
And the part that's even more interesting, I didn't realize what treasure I had. The problem is,
It is. This is gold. This is gold, man. This is like for me. It's orgasmic. This, I love this.
all right. And then what he did, do you see that where he on archive.org, he put the whole, he scanned and put the whole manual up there. And what now I'm scrambling, trying to find the floppy disks I had for this. He said there's no install disks out there. I might have the last known install disks.
Wow. Oh my God. Looking at this only, it's like this is for me is better than I don't know the latest MacBook Air Pro whatever.
Yeah, but
This is like
this is what I learned Unix on. This was my first computer. I bought this from UC.
look at the yeah, I want to have a monitor like that. Look at that monitor. I mean, oh, holy shit. I really love that. People might think I'm crazy. I mean, imagine teenagers with all the devices, touch and calls to true color and all the
Yeah, I know, but see
screens that are. Uh,
what it had with it was I gave him also and now he's working on getting the terminal. We just because we were in our storage unit, right? All this was in our storage unit.
yeah,
And we have to downsize
yeah.
because we're broke. So I had to I didn't want to e-waste, right?
Oh my God! I look. Hold on. On the upper left corner, there's a setup key. What is that setup key? Above escape
Above, I don't know which scene.
on the keyboard.
Oh, he was fixing a keyboard. He was showing me. He
Oh,
got this thing up and running.
wow. Oh, and look at the screen. Okay, memory size and so copyright. Oh, wow. And the partitions.
Well, let
Uh,
me find you another picture
can,
he put up there. Hang on. I got now I can DM you the some of the pictures. Hang on. This is it because
this is. This is. Oh my God.
I know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and the sad part is like you. I have so many things that are his. I mean, I have a computer and a Spectrum Plus 3 that uses floppy disk drive of 3 inches, not three and a half, no, 3 inches. They are unique, and they're taking me space. I mean, I have so much, so few space, and so much things for collectors all the years. And okay, I don't want to throw that out. I mean, those floppy disks of 3 inches, nobody has them, and they were really, really expensive.
Okay,
It was something created by Amsar.
there he is. He had it open. He had the keyboard open. There's the terminal, and it had a
Okay,
net. See that it has an extra terminal on it. I'm
hold
finding,
on, hold on. Oh, oh, and look at the other monitor, and oh my God, hold on, let me zoom
and then
the screen,
I'm
the
sending you a new
openness.
DM in a minute here because I haven't
Okay,
put these on Twitter yet.
yeah, oh my God.
Paste, come on, paste, just stupid. There it goes. Cancel.
It's amazing actually how those tube monitors are still working.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know.
most of my 14 inches monitors from the 90s. I mean, they are all blurry.
I gave him my 5150 monitor. I gave him a lot of my old stuff. And then look what else I
Oh,
found. You wait until you see this. I have this now. I'm going to give it to him because he's got some old le- Apple leases.
oh wow.
Paste an external hard drive for a Mac, for the first Mac.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh, wow. And how was the size of that? I
It
mean,
was
not the
it was
size, but
probably it was probably about 5 and a 5. You know those 5-inch wide file. What's even more
no, 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 not size in terms of inches, size in terms of space.
I don't know. I didn't even look. I have to go look at it. It's probably about 30 gigs.
Oh,
They're small,
uh,
right?
yeah, yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, I cannot imagine, but probably it's hilarious if when you tell me, I will say you, oh, but a a floppy disk drive of 144,
Right.
sorry, not 144, of 3.5 inches. The latest version were one. Okay, hold on. I have this an open box that were hold on a second, that were verbatim dual life and two, okay, have two pieces. uh, they are high density, and they are 2 megabytes instead of 144 as the usual. Because of the high density, they are 2 megabytes, the 3.5.
Right.
For I will take
Yeah.
a picture of this. Because they are IBM, verbatim IBM, 2 megabytes, 3.5 inches. I have to take a picture of this.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, that tells that's so now I know it's gone. What I'm glad is it went to a good home. It didn't just end.
Well, that's the thing. In the trash, or somebody who doesn't value that. Yeah, absolutely, that's the thing. My stuff, okay, probably it's just chips and yeah, and all that, but anybody can have that. But if you truly value and understand the story and what it means, okay, that will
Yeah.
be in good hands. I don't want that to be somebody who doesn't value or appreciate,
Right.
or
And
just think, oh,
this young
well, this is
kid,
this is trash.
yeah, this young man, he appreciated all this. He was just in heaven. You couldn't believe he was in heaven when I gave him this stuff.
I can't believe it, because actually I told you time ago, Carl, I would actually accept donations from the things you have to get rid of. Of course, I cannot. I
I
mean,
know.
from
I mean, I have
bringing
no way
that
to
to
give them
here
to you.
would be yeah. I mean, would be I don't have money for
And I
that to get it here. I
and
mean,
I also gave him my Sun Ultra 5 workstation.
oh wow,
I gave him that too. And I might
oh
give
my
and I
god,
might
yeah.
so he's gonna it needs new it needs a new battery that that welds onto the chip. He's working on that. Let me see
Yeah,
if I
probably
can
all these
find. He
devices.
sent me a
I mean,
picture.
yeah, actually, it's an open. I never opened the verbatim 3.5 inches floppy disk drive of 2 megabytes of high density. It's an open. I never open it. Uh, and I have zip drives of the Omega of 250 megabytes. I have okay. The only thing that I never had and I would like to have is a floppy disk drive of each 8 inches. That's the only thing that I never was able
Oh, an
to
8-inch
get.
floppy? Yeah, I know. I found a
Yeah,
place that has a bunch of those, but they don't have the computer to fix anything.
yeah. I mean, Yeah, I mean, this were the okay format for
Oh, here, let
n-
me send this to. Let me copy and paste this.
yeah.
He did this. Copy.
Yeah, imagine anybody that said, "Okay, I have this and an open box of floppies of blah blah blah." The 2 megabytes, they would say, What?" And they will trash them,
Yeah,
and they
I
say,
know.
"What?" I mean, yeah, I will buy an SD card of a terabyte for no, no. I mean, this is precious.
Come on, you stupid thing. I'll have to download all this. He's gave him this, and then he sat down and he there. Let's see if I can send it to you now. Boom. Yeah, I can. There. Look at that. He took apart
Okay.
and sat.
Oh my God.
He's putting an external battery on an internal. Yeah, he's fixing stuff. He's fixing it at that level.
Well, the thing is that all of these devices, I mean, okay, they can work now even though they are 40 years old or more,
Right.
little more. But the only thing probably the batteries. The batteries always die, and yeah, and if you can fix them at the level of the battery, of the energy supply, wow, you have something that is like working like it was working when you bought it.
And I gave him this. Here's the computer. It's called work. This was an old. We built these for. We built these for
And also
telephone.
the
Here you.
monitors, the screens. I mean, the
Those were
oh,
those were heavy
oh,
duty.
oh,
Those were heavy duty
oh,
386 machines.
oh my God.
These
Yeah, p-
I gave him those. Those were for they were for telephony, because you'd put them in the phone closet, and of course they had those big fans and
oh,
air filters on it because phone closets aren't clean, right? You see,
yeah, actually, yeah,
yeah. And let's see.
yeah. Wow,
Here's the. I'm gonna
holy shit.
send you the inside of that damn thing. Save. You opened it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Here's another picture. Here's about with the top off. You'll appreciate
Okay.
this. Here it comes.
Oh, oh my God. Look, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. I have to zoom this because this is orgasmic. Hold on. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. This is beautiful. Wow.
Oh,
And it's amazing. I mean, look. I mean, I was expecting something like this, full of dust, or I don't know. But the conditions are brand new. I mean, somebody's been taking care of the circuit. I mean, I open
those
any
were
of the
mine.
computers I have.
These were all mine,
Yeah, I mean,
and
I mean, all of my towers that are with the different motherboards that comes, I don't know, 486SX, I don't know, anything. I open them and the motherboard is full of dust.
right.
Yeah, I mean, you have to actually take care of the fan. The fan is completely black because of all the dust that have been
Well, that was why.
accumulated.
That's why I like this. That's the reason I like these ones that I have here. This white one, because those were all air filters. You could take them off, unscrew the heads, and wash them, and put them back on, and it kept the computer inside clean. Those were air.
Yeah, and actually. Yeah, I know the clone computers I used to build for myself that I was buying
Yeah.
the motherboard, the graphic card and everything. Okay, a generic tower for that came with a power supply with a fan that yeah, you start after a week you started seeing
Yeah. Yeah.
brrrr, yeah,
So I thought
and
I just
then
thought
good progress.
I just thought you'd find that fascinating. So this young man has inherited a lot of my stuff, and he's taking care of it. And
Well, it's in good hands. That's the most.
that that's
That's something
yeah, right.
wonderful,
It's
and that's hard to find.
that's
And
right.
that is very hard to find.
Right.
When you find somebody that something like that, it's like okay, it's like you are giving your precious possession of you that for you is priceless too.
Right.
Okay, now it's in good hands. I can sleep
And
like
it's got
uh,
got anything private
yeah,
on it. He, I trust him. He'll wipe it and redo it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Well, I gave him a
Oh
bunch
my
of
god.
hard drives. In fact, we found one rare hard drive that was like it was like five. You know, the five those hard drives that were 5 inch wide, but
Yeah.
they were like a half inch high. They were small, flat
Wow.
hard drive Winchester drives.
Oh, winter. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Wow.
right. So I gave him all that. I gave him my old Toshiba PBX with some Toshiba phones.
Oh, PBX. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, you know what? Now that I haven't been working for so long with all that, I would be like a child playing all day with those kind of things. Yeah, it would be a PBX, all these devices. Oh my god, I would be having so much fun.
I still have I still have two of PBX. That one I still have a Toshiba and I still have a Panasonic PBX.
Oh my god, yeah.
But
I
nobody
always
uses
when it
uses
comes
POTS lines anymore, right?
well, actually, I really wish I would have learned Asterix when it's time ago in order to try and kind of understand uh,
Well,
this.
I can tell you, if you get deploying VoIP for Dummies, de-
Yeah,
deploying Asterisk for Dummies, look who the technical editor is. It's
you tell me
it's
who.
me.
Wow. Okay. Okay. The guy who knows nothing, IDK.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I will keep that as a secret. Don't worry.
yeah.
I can't because yeah, if it was me, I wouldn't like that to be released alone. You know, I'm very.
Well, you and Adam are the
Yeah.
only ones that
It's
know
very.
right now. Yeah, I haven't told much of the group. Oh,
I
I
don't
think
know what
Nick
you're
knows
talking
too.
about.
Nick was
I don't
just
know what you're talking about, Carl.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I have no idea. Forgot. I just forgot, Carl, because my memory is very
Okay,
bad.
and and and
And if I had,
and I started the Southern California Astros users group. I helped start that back in the early days.
wow.
It
Well,
it fell apart because you know what's happened.
well,
Everything's moved in house. All these uh, big corporations now are just deploying VoIP, and you don't have like Spectrum and Time Warner. They're just selling you VoIP, and they're doing all the PBX stuff now. So all you do is you hook up ESA up, how many lines you want, how many extensions you want, and they hook it all up and they run it from their office. You have no control.
yeah, it's like okay, yeah, you have. What do you need? The service? Okay, we plug it in. You don't need it.
Right.
Yeah, well,
And you and I both know that VoIP is not secure.
No, I mean it's like wireless. It's like anything zeros and ones. I mean, it's like okay, yeah, can be intercepted,
Right.
modified. I mean, can be spoofed. Can yeah,
Yeah, it can be packet sniffed, and you could listen to people's calls. Yep.
yeah. I mean, absolutely. Well, actually, for me, communications is really so amazing in terms that you always said hacking started with ham radio, but actually for me, hacking despite of that, the story of hacking began with Captain Crunch and all that
You're right. I
hacking the
know.
telcos. Yeah, so basically for me, all the part of telcos, voice, and all that are so are the part of the story that this is hacking. This is how it kick off uh, in terms of altering certain devices and make them work in a way that the telcos didn't want them to work, and yeah, the frequency of 2500 hertz 600 hertz, sorry, was making magic
Yeah.
with those devices. And I mean, it wasn't AT&T. It was actually, yeah, it was. No, sorry, it was. What
Well,
was?
no, it was called. We used to call it garbage telephone exchange. It was GTE.
Well, those companies, and then the police were having the worst time of their life because they have no fucking clue of what was
Yeah.
was happening on their networks, and the hackers were having a party like I don't know, the best party of their life. They were doing anything they wanted, and the telcos have no clue. The police have no clue. They were actually doing anything.
It was General Telephone. They're long gone, but that's what they used to call them, garbage telephone exchange. It was General Telephone.
Oh yeah.
E.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is that okay, all that knowledge that was being I don't know acquired by these people, and okay, started being shared in groups of close group of people. Okay, uh, nobody else out there. I mean, the telcos. I mean, I don't know. Probably they're not were multi-billion companies because the market cap of them were like probably million dollars companies. They had engineers. I don't know how many thousands of people working there. They had no clue of what was going on. The people altering the systems and making them do whatever they wanted
Yeah,
to do them to
that was a
do.
joke about that about the when I and the Fruit Loops. Remember when they were doing the Boot Loops thing? Remember when
Yeah,
somebody put out Boot Loops because the COVID the crunch strike, and they put the
yeah,
serial button.
yeah,
I said, and I replied and said, "What? No 2600 hertz whistle in the box? Free 20." Remember those people used to blow those whistles
yeah.
into the phone and
Yeah, actually, I have to tell you, 2 years ago, I was able, because of somebody who got in touch with him, to have a signal call with Captain Crunch. He was in Vegas. He was really fucked up. I mean, he was completely broke. He was drunk. He was drinking on the video call. But I had this amazing experience of talking with somebody who is part of all that beginning of the hacking
right.
history. And for me, it was like, holy, yeah, I was really sorry for him because he was really completely broke, no money. He said, oh, people don't buy books anymore. And yeah, he was really having a problem with alcohol uh, and living in Vegas with no work and health problems. But talking with him was like, oh, I cannot believe this is like a dream.
You're right. I mean, and I didn't have a drinking problem, but I lost everything too, and all that crap.
Well, I don't have a drinking problem, and I lost everything too. But so that's you don't have to have a
Yeah,
drinking
no,
problem to
because I was trying to do had some business ideas, but I was going to do the VoIP stuff, and then I was just
Yeah,
ready. And then one of the big VoIP providers in Los Angeles, who I met, he uh, he uh, he had his office at One Wilshire, which is
yeah,
right at the gateway of the going out to the Pacific Ocean. West of.
yeah. I know. Yeah, I mean, you know what? My first music concert that I went was in the Wilshire Theater in Wilshire Boulevard. Yeah,
Yeah,
I pretty know where LA. I've been. I was driving in LA for months and months and months, probably in total years. I love LA.
right.
Yeah,
Okay, so his
like.
office was at One Wilshire, and they were the first. Oh god, the one guy left. He was the first VoIP company out here in LA, and they were doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Freeway communication,
Oh my God.
and the
Oh
big guys
wow.
just wiped him out. He
Hmm.
had to retire and sell
Wow.
his business. He was one of the pioneers in all this stuff.
Hmm. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, well, all this story for me is so fascinating. I mean, uh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I knew Lee pretty good. He was a nice guy, man. And he'd work. The cool thing about Lee was if you were starting out in this, he'd make sure his techs would walk you through and make everything work for you. And in fact, when VoIP they said couldn't do NAT, I was doing VoIP with NAT long. we figured out how the trick.
yeah,
We figured out the trick.
oh yeah.
I was doing NAT with our VoIP server.
Wow, wow, that's amazing. I would like to say hi to talking about curiosity, adventure doctor. How are you? Welcome.
Hey, Alberto, always good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Here I am with Carl, talking about the story of hacking and yeah, and all that.
Hey,
And
Carl,
yeah,
how you doing?
All
It's
right.
interesting. Just yeah, I grew up in as a kid in the '80s, teen in the '90s, BBSs before internet,
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff, fun stuff, and luckily to be part of the type of kids that if you broke things, they gave you jobs instead of arrested you in modern day.
Right.
um, I first heard Alberto's story on Darknet Diaries years ago, and then I saw Spaces, and I just jumped in because I always like to talk to other technical people and see. And his story is quite a wild ride, I guess to
Yeah, I
say the
know.
least. Um,
It's
but
fascinating.
you know,
Yeah.
I run like I for me like one of the things like a lot of people talk about Bitcoin, but in 2011 I found it in like 2012 and I lost thousands of it to the U.S. government on the Silk Road and I was probably the thing about the community now is I'm probably known as one of the Bitcoiners that lost the most Bitcoin.
I did too. I
um,
lost. I lost Bitcoin.
yeah, it was crazy because I was mining CPU. I
uh,
was mining CPU Bitcoin, then GPU
Yep.
Bitcoin. I was the first in the ASICs. You know what I
wow.
was the first person ever to do, Alberto? You know how the
What?
Bitcoiners are going on like natural gas flares to like go mine Bitcoin for free energy, which is brilliant. I was the first to ever go to sour gas.
Yeah.
So sour gas flare when COVID hit. My 20-year career in airline took a pause. And, I was doing cybersecurity after that again, flying again. But what was brilliant during that is I just took 2 years off. I went to northern Alberta. I'm the first human on this planet to go take sour gas flare, which is H2S. So if you guys go look up sour gas, if you don't know what it is, or if you know what H2S is,
Mm-hmm.
it is, in compared to natural gas, it has a poison in it, hydrogen sulfide, and it has to be filtered from it. So it's a very dangerous, dangerous site. You have to have a breath monitor right by your mouth. You have breathing apparatuses around you. And I went and set up an 1,100 unit ASIC data center, basically by myself. I had help half the time. The other time, the other guys left, and I was there with the turbine guy. I learned a lot about turbines. He had 1 megawatt turbines that he was fixing up, and you either use very old turbines or brand new Cummings if you're gonna use sour gas. Because you can have a filter before that, and you got to go 300 feet away from the flare. And we took that fucking flare gas and we turned it into Bitcoin on Starlink satellite in the middle of nowhere on free energy plus a rebate from the government. And I was the first human on the planet to go to do the dangerous stuff that can melt you because the reward is the same and the setup is less for nat gas. And there's, hundreds of thousands, millions of flares around the world that need this. And I've always,
Wow.
yeah. So, and I've never been at the conferences. All my friends started big businesses, bull Bitcoins, this, that. And I've always just, I don't know. I love 3D printing right now. I love that stuff. I loved hacking in the 90s and early 2000s. It got a little, I'd say, diluted later in the 2000s. Um, but I'm still fascinated. I keep up with all the beautiful software that's created. Uh, for me, when I was in governance risk compliance, I got to work with privacy and the GDPR, so encryption and the way it works in the back end. And I got to see some beautiful and horrifying things in the back end of aviation when I was working those jobs. With risk assessment on all the software coming in. So I saw the identity programs from ID 2020 already embedded in the background of when you scan your passport and stuff like that. I know the companies like Collins Aerospace that put all the cameras in at gates and everything and facilitated the process. I know that they say they delete your data within 24 hours legally within the airport, but nobody says the
Okay.
DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, what are they doing with your data that they take? Because that's their system it goes through. So you know what I'm saying? You know very well, Alberto, how that all works, right? But I got like a front row
I
seat.
do.
Yeah. So I got a front row seat on
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh my God.
now I went
No,
back to
this is
flying part time and I 3D print and I go to DEF CON or stuff like that. But I'm thinking after 12 years, I might go to my first Bitcoin conference here soon and talk with all the boys I've known for all the time. And when they're in town here, a couple that we've thrown, I've met beautiful, beautiful people. And every DEF CON experience I've gone to has been just freaking amazing, right? Meeting all the hackers of the world and the tinkerers and the
man.
mystery.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have to interrupt you. I
yeah,
have a
no problem.
question.
Done.
Are you going to be there in 2 weeks? Because I'm going to be there, and if I can meet you, that would be amazing.
Which one are you going to?
To the
Oh,
DEFCON
yeah. Oh,
32.
sorry, DEF CON this year. 2 weeks. I might try and be down there for flying. I'll try and pick up a shift. But I worked the Stampede this summer, so I'm kind of mad working flying. I work as a flight attendant part time now. I left the cyber jobs 5 months ago and went back to what I did in 2014, and because I get to work like 5 days a
Oh,
month, I get to go to Hawaii or
oh,
Cancun or Costa Rica,
oh,
and yeah, so I'm working.
oh my God.
Yeah, but
Another thing. Now, sorry to
yeah.
interrupt you. Look on the Nest, Echo Party. Okay, so call for papers. They pay you for everything. I was a speaker there 2 years ago. Everything, hotel, flight ticket. Okay, would you like to
Cool.
submit something with me together? And it's November, the second week of November in Argentina. It's a first class event. It's amazing. They're looking for the best speakers in the world. Yeah, I mean, when I was there, I spoke in front of 2,000 people. Uh, it was like the amazing experience. Man, if you are interested, I mean, I'm sorry for being so, yeah, to try to piggyback you, but yeah, if
No,
we
that'd be
can
great.
submit something together, submit something together. Wow, I mean,
I like
you are a
educating
person
people.
that,
You know.
well, that's me
Yeah.
too. Sharing the knowledge. That's all about.
Do you guys have meetups like in Argent? Where do you like? Well, I don't care where you live, but like down south, like here we have a meetup app, and I have over 1,100 Bitcoin meters. Like 7 years I've run my meetup now,
No,
and
well,
so
actually, I was the one who was the founder of the first meetup club of Bitcoin in Uruguay in 2016. I found that meetup. Then I was arrested into prison, and the person who I started doing that with me took the credit, took control of everything. I was out of the yeah, I was
Oh,
taking completely aware of that world here in Uruguay. That guy is making conferences here about that. Taking, I mean, yeah, he
see,
basically, and the time I spent teaching him, he knew nothing about blockchain, bitcoins. I introduced him to the topic, and he was so fascinated. And I spent like a year teaching him, mentoring him. I was sent to prison, and then he said, "Oh, I will never do anything related to that." And 6 months after that, he started his startup about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin blockchains. So yeah, that was my friend. That yeah, a waste of time, and yeah, it was like it's being stabbed from behind.
I'm lucky because, like, back in 2011 and 12, my friend started one of the first stores in the world in it, and I was a computer science guy, and they just came to me and they were like, "Hey, you know that thing we were doing with GPUs? Like, can you build like a 6 GPU machine?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, you gonna pay me to like buy 6 graphics cards and play with them? You know, for a hardware guy, that's a dream that doesn't get to do that shit, right?" So 2012, I'm building these machines and they're mining Bitcoin, then selling them, mining Bitcoin, selling them. You know that cycle that fucking goes on in mining, right? Um, but it's more and more.
Sorry, you were mining bitcoins with a chip. I mean, not with CPU, with graphic cards. I mean, instead of ASIC, you were doing that in 2012.
Yeah, yeah. 2012 is
Wow,
when we got our first
wow.
farms together. And we were competing only kind of with China, and there was a big guy in Washington State had a big farm back there because I know Dave used to get a bunch of Bitcoin off him because they had a little exchange. And they got like one of the first ATMs in the world going back then too. And we were like, you know, trying to get businesses into it, just like people today, but back when it was nothing to do on chain. And it was crazy because it was a smaller community. We knew the people in Montreal, we knew the people in Vancouver, and most of them actually succeeded in Canada and went on to build like big, nice companies. But it's not been an easy ride, especially 2015. It was like the darkest year ever. After that, it's just been gravy. You know, that's what I have to say. And, you know, it goes in with many other things, right? Like what I say, like I have my main business. Like I don't make money in Bitcoin. I buy Bitcoin with what I earn and my skills in the real world, and I mine it and do whatever I can to get it. But I work in aviation and I have a 3D printing business. And those are the things that I put my time into, and Bitcoin is what I study and educate people in.
Yeah, for me it was fascinating the starting the meetup group back in 2016. I mean, the first meetup was like with 40 people that we have lawyers, doctors, people from IT, people that were from finances, and okay, they nobody knew any. I mean, one thing, the teaching about bitcoins is complicated, understanding about bitcoins is complicated, and teaching about bitcoins is complicated as well. And all these people, they were yearning to know, okay, what is it all about? I mean, they were all reading on the newspapers, okay, the return of the investment of bitcoins in the last year was like, I don't know, your 10x or something like that, and they said, "How do we get into this? I have no clue." And they were all like asking questions, wanting to know. They have no idea where to start, and getting to share all the knowledge in order for them to have the tools to understand what it's about, how to get started according to what they wanted to do, how they. I mean, many have ideas about. I don't know. They wanted to mine some. They have no clues, and mostly they wanted to buy. They have no idea. Okay, here I started buying on local bitcoins. In Uruguay, there was no liquidity. I had to fly or to go to Buenos Aires, Argentina, and then there I could get all the bitcoins that I wanted with the cash that I had. I mean, the supply was unlimited there. Mostly, you were seeing in local bitcoins the sellers and the volumes they were trading, and we were talking about like monthly, most of them like between half a million and $1 million in Bitcoin back in 2015, 16, where the price was like $500, $600. Imagine now. So yeah, Argentina is a place where bitcoins, because of the economy restrictions with dollars and all that, was a place where everybody was making it as a tool of finding a workaround to all the restrictions and the inflation with the money. Well, like Venezuela, for example, I mean, all the inflation and all the problems. Okay, you couldn't have a bank account with dollars. You were having a bank account in pesos. 2001, 1 peso, $1. Right now, $1, 2,000 pesos. When I was in the Eco Party in the conference 2 years ago, I exchanged $200. I had to have a bag full of the Argentinian pesos because I had like 2 million notes of pesos. It was like, holy shit.
I know, I've heard about
It
that.
was so.
And that's hyperinflation, right? Like Venezuela went through it. You guys have been through it.
Yep.
People up here don't understand it. They don't understand like the concept behind money and why do other countries buy other countries' money, and all the way up. And that's actually if Bitcoin was non-relevant, let's just say it goes to zero. At least it gave tens of millions of people an education in monetary theory at the end of the day. And if nothing else from me,
Yep.
that's a win. But like I understand it very intimately because the way I grew up with it and the way I grew up with technology, looking for it, and the way I knew that read Neil Stephenson and the Cryptonomicon. It's just it's so weird because like Bitcoin was like put together like a puzzle and discovered. All the pieces were there over the 50, 60 years of computer science before it, of people trying and doing, and like kind of like that idea of you stand on the shoulder of giants, right? Like, what if you just simple if Phil Zimmerman had not fought for encryption in the 90s, and not just him, the universities that did it, the fact that they couldn't teach any foreign students in the classroom if you were talking about encryption, things like that. If it had been kept like a military grade secret to the likes of Lockheed Martin and Boeing and General Dynamics, all of that, where would we be? So that's what's missing now because everybody's like put a dissident or a YouTube or arrested like you or done stuff like that. And it's just weird because like there's no way to get a good foothold of people like Phil Zimmerman and other professors that actually led the charge legally through the courts to do that stuff. And maybe we're getting there. Like there's been a lot of movement, I have to say, on the regulatory side in the last halving. But
You're
we'll
talking
see.
about the PGP guy, right? That right?
Sorry?
Wasn't Phil Zimmerman the PGP guy?
Yeah, he was the PGP guy.
Yeah,
He
that's
was
what
the
I thought.
guy
I
that.
just yeah,
Yeah. And we
yeah.
need
I mean,
we
for
need
me,
big. Yeah.
so
Go on.
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
No, for me, when I started when back in the last years of university, and I had the Telemann book of networks and understanding asymmetric encryption, and then PCP and all that, and then realizing that the USA was not allowing those kind of. I mean, I was like, what the hell? I mean, how can this be possible? I mean, this is a solution that is amazing. I mean, you create your private key, your public key, and then you can send, sign messages, encrypt messages, sign and encrypt, uh, and it was illegal actually. All those encryption systems to be used or to sell it in the USA. That was completely insane for me.
Yeah, and then they put it on shirts, and they made code free speech, and it's been attacked ever since. And people get, their eyes are on the prize, right? Because like, doesn't matter with what you play with, what other people play with. There's building blocks to those. So if they manage to get encryption and reverse that law somehow, net neutrality used to be a conversation. Um, if they get that bone, like we could be fucked in many domains. And that's why like the more important conversation is on those base things like code, encryption, transmission rights, bandwidth, the infrastructure of the system that we're allowed to build on. Because if they own, like Art of War, right? If they lay the battlefield, well, then you're at a huge disadvantage before you even start. You basically lose. So he who lays the battlefield, like that's like one of the most important lessons in that book.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love that book. Yeah, no, and actually, um, I was fascinated when I started reading and studying about encryption and okay, this and and PCP for me was like, wow. And then I downloaded, I created my first couple of keys. I upload them to to one of the servers. I don't know, in the Meet I think it was, and it was like, wow. Now I can share this with people, and I can I can send messages without reputation. I cannot say I did not send this. I can sign them. It's me, and I started getting from some people messages signed with PCP and their public key, and most of my friends were saying, "Holy shit! This look at this mail. What does it have all these things in the bottom attached to this?" And I was like, "Are you kidding? This is fascinating. This is magical."
Yeah, it's so cool.
I
And
wish I
we
wish
built.
I could I wish
Uh,
I could find the see my problem is I need to find the 101 book on how this works because I want to. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah, like a lot of people need to
What?
start from scratch and be like, all right, if I want to learn about asymmetric cryptography and
Right,
I use PGP encryption, where do I start?
right. And I want to find the mathematical 101 book on that. It's the math I want to understand, not just how to plug
It's
it
a
in and use it.
cryptography. I mean, you have to start. You can start from scratch. I mean, it's
But
cryptography
I
is
can't find any book. I can't
transposition,
find the right. And
substitution,
I don't.
and then we can talk
I
about
know,
that. I mean, yeah, I mean, people that are willing to are so passionate about this that are willing and actually talking about this is a pleasure.
but the problem is, see, I want to. I hear this and I don't see the. I don't see the. I don't know how to explain it. I don't see the writing because I think a lot of this they don't want people to know.
I
It's
mean,
like
Like if you
people
want
are
the
willing to
math,
share that.
if you want the math, you got it's cryptography, right? You know, like
right.
explain the name, right? So you got to go into asymmetric cryptography and you look up the math pertaining to that concept. That is specifically what you'd be looking for.
Okay, but I still haven't found the book on that.
Yeah, actually, it's all about encryption. Actually, I remember I think I started learning, substitution, the basis, the stupid encryption methods, and then combining them, and then the DNS, AES, all those things that were a combination of all of them. Yeah, but if you really like it, it's not that complicated, okay? If you come to algorithms, uh, then okay, yeah, you really should know about mathematics, but in order to understand the concepts, it's not that complicated. And actually, okay, I don't expect my mother to use PCP, but anybody who is in IT can perfectly get to know and get started and use it right away.
Yeah, but see that
It's not.
but I'm that's what's frustrating to me because see I don't have a light bulb in my head sometimes, right? And I just
No,
plug it
all
in,
you
turn it on, and it works. That's how you're taught.
what imagine. Imagine you're imagine running Windows and Chrome. No, sorry, Windows. You just download WinPCP and Cleopatra a client, and then you just have everything to create it. Okay, you don't want to run something you don't probably understand how it works, but it's a way of actually using it, and then you can start. Okay, how did I get to this? And then from there you can start and yeah, and getting a pretty good idea of how it works. And yeah,
See, that's
it's
not how I
I don't
learn.
think it,
Unfortunately, that's not how I learn, and that's been my problem
but
all my
I know.
life.
I know about your problems about your attention deficit. I mean, I'm also with attention deficit disorder, and but despite of that, reading books for me is complicated. But actually, when I get I was sorry. My screen is locked, and I have to put the password to unlock it so I cannot watch the screen. No, when I get passionate about something, yeah, I can spend nights without sleeping, trying, testing. I don't know, getting to know in any different way how things work and trying to understand. Then reading a book for me, like you, Carl, is not the way of probably learning because of the our neurodiversity, the how do you call it, neuro diverse or whatever, but the passion is what makes me learn.
Exactly. That's me too. And that's why when I say I don't know, that's because I don't know. And that's what I really mean because I might know how some things work, but I really don't know understand how it really works. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
That's why I say I
yeah,
don't
I mean,
know a lot of times.
actually, I don't know either. And if you could say I know when you don't know, yeah, you wouldn't be talking to me because I don't want to hear from people who say I know and they don't know. And the problem right now also is that places like here, and in crypto in particular, we are full of, oh, the expert. Fucking, first of all, I'm not an expert on anything. I'm just a guy who is willing to know, try to learn. But those self-proclaimed experts, okay, are the people that have no, I don't trust them at all. They, it's people that I would believe anything they say. Those fucking experts on cryptos, on blockchain, or yeah, those experts are like nothing for me.
Yeah, they make me laugh.
Nobody should.
They make me laugh. It's so good to be able to laugh at all of it. Um, it is really liberating just to be on to other things, understand. I guess like my life is like an adventure through cyberspace. A lot of funky computers at my spaceship, and I just go exploring. And that was part of the exploration process. And it was a good mining operation. But God, yeah, there's so much out there.
Yeah, but for example, it's not people like you that you're talking, explaining, you're not bragging about anything, because I mean, you meet so many people that are so annoying, disgusting that, okay, they try to prove, I know, I mean, yeah, I know the shit, and okay, and they're probably in the field trying to profit or to become known or
Yeah.
influencers or whatever themselves.
Yeah,
And the fuck,
grifters.
I mean,
Yeah.
they know nothing.
Yeah, there's so many grifters, man.
And yeah,
You see it, and they go into whatever's good and apologies and this. And I just, there was some stuff like in 2018 in our city, there was some ugly behavior that happened, right? A lot of people lost money to a scammer because there wasn't a much of a base to support people or educate people and stuff. And that was kind of inspired me to like boost my little corner of the world more and more. And now we got a really clean city. It's great, right? There's no other really big things. There's just the big Bitcoin meetup every couple weeks, and um, most of that other shit's just non-existent in our city at this point. It's kind of funny. Um, so yeah, I like it. Right? It's great. It's a break from the other stuff in life, and I like the people. There's always new people coming in. Some of the sad stuff is the scams,
Y-
you run into, Alberto. Like,
y- y-
yeah,
y- I know,
like people being
I know,
scammed.
but you know what? What's the
Oh,
pressure? Yeah, but you know the pressure is that okay, you have the knowledge, you are running these meetups, and you're sharing that. And for me, it was like okay, Pam is here. This guy, okay, I will talk about him later. Okay, it's like okay, the more people that knows about this, we all benefit. I mean, more people that enter into in that time in Bitcoin. Okay, it was better for all of us. It was not like, oh no, I have this knowledge and I have the power. No, it was like, I want everybody to enter into this. We all profit from that. If everybody knows about this, everybody is entering into this, and we become bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it's just all about the size and, okay, activities, transactions,
and the
people
network
entering,
takes on a
and
life
we'll
of its
benefit.
own, right? And that's the thing. It's like there's
Yeah,
nodes
exactly.
and
Yeah,
brains all over the world now
yeah.
working on it. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, and yeah, I have to tell you, last year there was a problem in an airport that, okay, and in the USA an airport that no flights were able to take off because of a problem. We were in a space, and somebody who is here, show up in the space and start talking. I have no idea who he was. Like I was saying, there are so many people bragging about so many things. We were talking about Captain Crunch and all that. Okay, this guy is part of the story of the hacking, how it started. Really, I really wish I was in that period of time of 70s, 80s, and yeah, he was in that transition between hackers and telcos and all that, and money, credit cards, and yeah, when the scenario changes. Hi, how are you, Par?
Yeah, when everything was new.
Yeah, exactly. It was all brand new, and it was like the telcos were going nuts. The police was completely lost, and the
Right?
guys
They were
like
breaking down everybody's
you were
doors,
having a party.
breaking down everybody's doors
Yeah,
every night.
yeah, and in some cases, the Secret Service was looking for people for years.
Like me, yeah. They broke down my
Yeah, I mean,
door
this
three or
guy.
four times.
Yeah, well, this guy actually was look for the secrets. Well, I will post on the next book that he gave me the link to. That is a free electronic version, and talks the story of what's the name, the underground of.
Yeah, underground, yes. Underground hacking
Okay, Ba-
and madness.
yeah, I mean.
Yep.
Exactly. Basically, are amazing stories about how all this
Yeah, it was
first.
the first book Julian Assange wrote.
Exactly, exactly. And okay, I read it a couple of times, and the story of part that stands for parameter is told. And okay, it's amazing all the things that he was doing, how he was running away from the Secret Service for 3 years, right? And then how you got out of that because of your lawyer told you, okay, just do nothing. You just went
Yes,
to
exactly.
court to speak, and then you were because of a tiny detail, because of your age and your
Yeah, because
declaration, and
I was too old.
the court.
I was too old to be charged.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Secret Service was looking for you for years. You were there like driving them nuts, and then you were arrested. You were sent to court, and then you walk out of there like nothing, and
Exactly.
they
Yeah, I
said,
walked the
"Holy
fuck
shit,
Oh
out.
wow.
fuck!" Yeah, I mean, this guy. I mean, that story is amazing. I don't know how many people know about that story, but when I read it, it was like, wow, holy shit! I know the scenario. I mean, oh, I mean, how carding banks, hacking. I mean, before all this, it was a hacker entered into a system and then just proving they could do it, not modifying anything,
Right.
leaving anything as it was, and then just leaving. That was it. But then, okay, carding, money, banks, okay, then another group of people enter into the world and changes completely the way all this ecosystem was working because of
Yeah,
some
organized
new
criminals
people
ruined
enter
it.
into this. Exactly. And okay, we were talking about money, and somebody was able to access, for example, to a bank account and a database of I don't know, information from people that were with a lot of money in certain bank, and that person was able to access to that information. Uh, I don't know. Citibank was it? Maybe I don't know. I have no idea, and
Yeah,
how he
yeah.
did that
It's called
actually
Saudi American Bank.
more tirelessly. Yeah, I
Citibank,
mean,
Saudi American Bank.
that was amazing. That was, yeah, I mean, yeah, when it was
You know,
really amazing.
I know
Account
the
of me
Secret
or
Service
card, and
agent
if
still. Like he walks.
yeah, I know,
We
I
had
know, I know,
coffee.
and they know
He
you,
walks up to
and
me and
they
says my name. He says $55 million. I'm like, yeah. Hey.
yeah, 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 yeah. And no, no. Okay, okay, I read the book a couple of times, but okay, can you tell me the feeling of okay that rush in, running away from the secret
I don't know. It
service
wasn't a
for
good
three
rush
years,
because
man? That
it's
was
not easy
insane.
to do.
How did you feel?
Yeah, like off. I
You
mean,
you
off grid
became
the whole
paranoid
time.
for me.
Never had any identification. Had to worry about cops on door.
Yeah, the thing is that you knew they were coming for you. I just once heard a ring of my bell, and it was the Interpol, and I didn't see it coming, so I couldn't run away
Oh,
from
okay.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. You want to use
yeah,
the infrastructure to tell when they're looking at you and trying to get you.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you were like 20 steps behind them, that was fabulous. That was amazing. That was so fantastic. But the whole story, I mean, all that, and then the end. The end is for a movie. I mean, you just go to court, and then because of something, a legal tiny detail, you get out of court after all those charges just completely free.
Yeah,
Oh my god,
changed
that
the
is
fucking world and walked out of the
orgasm.
court.
Yeah, that is orgasmic. That is like, it's like, look, oh, look at this, who's laughing now? Oh no, that was crazy. I would like to say hi to Eva. I sent her a message earlier, and I was asking her if she was going to DEFCON this year. Welcome, Eve. We're talking about hacking, the beginnings of hacking, and all that. Par. Uh, yeah, you have to do your research to know who he is. He was looked for for the police for a long time. He's a good guy now. Uh, yeah, then we
Yeah,
have.
I worked as a
Uh,
good guy most of my career after that,
I know,
but now I'm
I
retired,
know. Then
so
we
I
have.
Hi
Yeah, if
guys,
you're
good
retired.
morning. Just
Good
wanted to
morning.
say good
Well, yeah,
morning.
here well, it is almost 3 a.m. here, but good morning, good afternoon, whatever. And then we have adventure doctor who uh, who also you don't know who he is, but he said earlier, I am the person the most amount of bitcoins in this history, and yeah, that's just one of the things that is about him. But it's people like him, like Par, that nobody knows about, but they made history in the world of hacking. Carl, okay, Carl is somebody also who knows shit. he knows a lot about PBX and other things that I won't mention. And if I know nothing about you, can you tell me a little bit about yourself? Because in your bio, it's pretty interesting what you the things that you mentioned, the words that you're using there. Uh, so, can you say, are you
Well,
from
yeah,
Iceland?
I do open now. I do open source intelligence. I try to help Ukraine. We and I study the war and stuff like that. And
Y-
we
uh,
just we just
Yeah,
had a space.
actually, y-
We just had
yeah.
a military space a little while ago. You can listen to the recording of it. I retweeted it.
Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, actually, my girlfriend, my fiance, um, she started into a group when the war with Ukraine against Ukraine started in order to support them.
Cool,
She's not an IT girl, but she's completely supporting Ukraine.
cool. Yeah, I'll
She's
probably see
actually
her in
getting
Vegas.
divorced now. Yeah, exactly. And she's actually married with somebody who works for an organization in United European Union. And she was living in Russia when the war started, and she decided to get the fuck out of Russia.
Good for
And
her.
she hates Russians. Yeah, but her husband remained there, and that, yeah, no, all the stories that she can tell about, not about technical details, but about living in that place. And okay, um, basically, her husband works for the OTAN. Yeah, so, but he's not an IT guy. But yeah, there are a lot of stories going on there, and she's really an advocate to helping people in Ukraine. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, that's what we try to do all the time. We look at we have a lot of friends who even on X on Twitter who come on and talk with us during the show.
Yeah, yeah, I have to tell you, there was a person from that was in Mexico, and that guy decided to go and try to get a visa to go to Ukraine. It was like 2 years ago in order to help there, and he was really, really passionate about that. And I mean, he was just with this desire to, I want to go there, I want to be there, I want to help these people, and he was like trying to get all the papers to move there to help. Wow, those kind of, and of course he didn't want it. It wasn't. He was wanting something for himself. It was all about helping others, and that is really fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to have combat experience for the International Legion to hire you there to fight. You have to have combat. You have to have served in the military and have combat experience.
You can
Yeah,
also
this guy,
get
I
in as a
don't.
journalist if you could get a journalistic pass or make
Yeah,
one.
I have a friend there who is in Kiev and he has a military journalist pass.
Yeah, my friend was there recently. I haven't been to Russia or the Crimea or Ukraine since 2019. I was a trip to, I'll tell you about it later, Alberto. It's a trip to remember. I was there with a few pirates. So there's a lot going on, has been going on in the Ukraine for about now 2 decades. And those people are, I could tell you guys unbelievable stories that I can't say on here, but unbelievable stories. And what saddens me the most are the people that are both Russians and Ukrainians. I mean,
Right.
these are brothers fighting brothers, and they don't want to be
Yeah, I knew a
fighting.
woman who came from there. She lives here now.
Exactly. I mean, I cannot believe a person from Ukraine who is given a rifle to fight and to kill probably another person from Russia with actually really understanding I mean, somebody just gave them the weapon, the arms, and they are killing each other. And those who are actually the ones who trigger all this will never actually grab a gun or be exposed in that field. It's really so sad to see the people dying without actually
I mean,
understanding
wow,
or
I've
knowing
seen
what they're fighting for.
people fighting against their relatives. Some of them are even related, but they're across the border from each other.
Yeah, for example, my girlfriend, my fiance, she's from Finland, and she was telling, okay, all the problems right now regarding the people that want to move to Finland, seeking for asylum and all that, and they're completely overwhelmed and all the stories and all that, and I mean, it's a conflict that, okay, people like you, me, are being affected. Our life are being destroyed, changed forever, uh, and it's stupid. It's really stupid, and I cannot believe it's still going on. I mean, it's so sad.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I know that in Finland, they changed the law so to reduce immigration from Russia into Finland.
Ex- exact. Exactly, yeah, exactly. She's from Finland. She told me that actually she haven't
The
been living in Finland.
Norwegians
Actually,
have also been getting ready for a war for a long time now. They are periodically putting out announcement on the national TV there for people to stock up on food. I have to say my Norwegian cousins, they tend to be a lot paranoid, but they do have borders to Russia. And I've been talking to the guys at the base that are closest to Russia, and people are actually pretty worried. They're pretty worried about the situation. So if they're
Yeah, I mean,
worried,
you're all NATO now, so
yeah, we're all NATO now.
I
Finally,
wouldn't be afraid of Russia.
I'm not afraid of Russia at all, but I can tell you one thing: I am never stepping foot on that ground again in my life. We tried the
my
Icelandic
fiance said
parliament.
the same.
We tried to get Snowden here to Iceland, but the Icelandic parliament wouldn't agree to it. He sought asylum here in Iceland. We tried to get him out of that airport. And I've been to
Yeah,
Russia a few times since. And I
I
can just
remember
tell
when
you, after my last visit, I will
Julian stole a
never go to
document.
that country again.
Julian stole a document at the embassy and the Ecuador embassy, and
Exactly.
but he did not. It was filled out, but it was not signed by the legal authority. So when Ed tried to use it in Hong Kong, they wouldn't allow him until eventually he found somebody that would allow him to go through and get on a plane. And the one he got onto was the one that ended up in Moscow.
Yep. I'm saying that they have some savvy stuff going on there in Russia, and they have black hats like I've never seen before. And they have people that can absolutely fry your brain. And I'm talking from experience. I know this sounds like fanciful tales,
No, I know they have psychotronics. There's even a new advanced program where Putin was ordering them to develop better psychotronics. He wants to make a gun where you just point at somebody and shoot, and all your nerves, you just fall.
well, I can just tell you this, guys. Something happened to all of us. Last time we were in Russia, I have memory lapse, and something happened to all of us. None of us were completely the same when we arrived in Iceland. I
Wow.
mean, something absolutely. We were in Yalta at the astronaut conference, and this is the conference that were basically just dividing Syria into parts. It was horrible to listen to. There were no Northern European or Western European nations there unless the Austrians. You always see the Austrians everywhere. They are into money. But something definitely, and specifically to one of the parliamentarians, I mean, her behavior, it's like she turned 180. It's the oddest thing that I've ever seen in my life. But of course, I have no proof. But they gave you badges for the conference, and I managed to take all the stuff back with me to Iceland. And of course, I opened everything, and of course, there were chips in everything. So I can't imagine. They must have been spying on us in our hotel rooms, everywhere. And
Of course.
as soon as we landed, it was okay in Moscow, but then we fly to, not Mariupol, we fly to Stefanpol, and we're driving down to Yalta. As soon as we landed in Stefanpol, my phone didn't work, my car didn't work, my computer, nothing worked. And I had to get everything from them, which of course I was too scared to use. The only thing I
Right.
thought the whole time was like, how am I going to get out of here? I'm in Yalta, I'm by the Black Sea. I'm surrounded by mountains because,
I ca-
and Putin was supposed to come to this conference, but he didn't. But all his next stuff, all the most powerful guys were there. And these people are not to be played with. I mean, I have never, the Greek minister was there also, but other than that, I can't remember anybody that was not from either African nations or some places that I'd rather not mention here. But there were
Yeah, I've
no,
never been to Russia. If I went there, they would just spray me in the eyes with that stuff. They spray you in the eyes and you pass out. They'd do that to me immediately.
yes, like I said, I don't know what happened to us on that bus. And
oh my,
we had recently been in contact with Natalie and the girls in the Pussy Riots. And I guess maybe they thought that we were gonna, we're pirates. Making up stunts is our thing. So I don't know if they were worried about that or what, but I can definitely tell you, although I have no proof, either they put something in our water or they did something to our brains.
Right. I
It was
mean, here there's people who have suffered and died from, they call it Havana syndrome. The American employees in different parts of the world got Havana syndrome, and one woman she died at 50 years old just recently, but she was a CIA woman. So
yeah, I can tell you that the husband for his in 2 weeks ex-husband of my fiance who works for NATO and was in Russia. And when she escaped from Russia, she escaped. No, she left Russia with the girls to another country in Europe. Her device, her cellular, she was telling me it's happening this and this and this, and yeah, wow, and burn it, destroy it, and yeah,
right,
I don't know.
yeah, just melt down the metal.
No man in the middle, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my friend was living Icelandic, computer scientist, and a doctor. A very good friend of mine. She was a pirate. She was living in Russia for a bit. She was living in St. Petersburg, and she had a child there. And then COVID hit, and she just needed to get out of Russia. They almost not allowed her to leave with her child. It was a whole shebang. It was a huge problem for her to get out of Russia to Norway with her newborn child.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not scared of a lot of things, but I'm never going to Russia again. It took me more than
Yeah,
almost 2 years to get my brain in order after being there, and I have no clue what happened to me.
Yeah, I mean, I was told in the '90s don't go, and I realized I should never go there. I hacked I
don't
hacked
go
I
there.
hacked a Moscow library in 1989.
Yeah, actually, my fiance says I will never go to Russia again. She really she knows also a lot of what's going on, and yeah, it's a place that yeah, I mean, yeah, she decided I'm not going to stay here, and she left with the three girls to another country, and yeah, not coming back again ever for her there to Russia, to Moscow.
You talking about your fucking wife or what?
We were talking about how unwise it would be to visit Russia.
Oh, I would go to Russia right now, honestly. I'd probably get saluted as a hero.
Well, yeah, maybe you would be. Maybe you would be. I mean, they're holding Snowden. I'm a pirate, and we went there to interview him. I didn't meet him myself in person, but my friend did because only one person was allowed in the room with them. I talked to Snowden at the time when he was fleeing and when he was stuck in the airport because here in the Icelandic parliament, we were trying to get the whole parliament to
Right. So
grant him
you probably know
asylum in
the WikiLeaks person from the MP. I forget I
I
forget
can
her
tell you,
name.
I'm CEO of
Jan's
I'm the
daughter.
former CEO of the Icelandic Pirates.
Jan's
I'm the
daughter.
I'm
Brigitte
co-creator of
Jan's
the
daughter.
yeah, but I can just tell you that there are very savvy Russian hackers. I also have Russian friends that don't live in Russia and are extremely good people. And I'm not talking about the Russian people, of course, because there's a lot of good Russian people out there.
Yeah, I met a member of parliament from Iceland, Brigitte Jan's daughter.
Now, BJ is one of my best friends. Really, you met her?
Yeah, tell her Jason Parr says hi. I met her at
Jason Parr says hi. Okay, I'm gonna write that
I
down.
went her at NYU.
Oh, great. She's like my best bud. We've been friends
Cool.
for decades.
Yeah, she's pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
she's BJ. She's
Yeah, what?
BJ. Nobody's like BJ.
Sorry to sorry to interrupt you guys. Our girl, she's my fiance. Yeah, she's the one who decided to get out of Russia and not come back. Yeah, so hi, Sour girl.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Eva from Iceland.
So you
Oh,
guys are
nice
all
to
like
meet you.
Russian hackers? Is that what I'm getting at here?
Well, none of us are Russian.
No, she's not a hacker. I'm not talking for other people. But yeah, she. I don't know if you want to talk something about your husband, and
Oh,
not in
well,
details, but and you live in.
no, my whole thing with Russia is I think we have a big misconception of Russia in the West. I think Russia's kind of, for the most part, especially the people of Russia, the citizens of Russia, are just kind of hanging out like everyone else is. I think we have a very bad opinion of Russians in general. I think we need to rethink the opinion of Russians. You can have your opinions on their government, their stances, whatnot, but the Russian people
I mean, as
are
long as they
good
aren't
people.
total fucking vatniks, then
Right, they're
okay.
good people, dude. They're good
Yeah,
people. Like we
they're
could
good
all hang
people.
out with them. Like
I
they could
totally
come to
agree.
my cookout, and I guarantee you, I could get along with Russians. Like without a doubt, I guarantee you.
I have a
We could
lot
all
of
crack
Russian
Yeah, I
beers.
mean,
friends,
of course, that people,
and we
that
have
human
Russians
beings. I
living here in
mean, yeah,
Iceland that are just like hardworking, good friends of mine. This is not about the Russian people. I
Well,
mean, and we have
I
to be
try to
absolutely
tell
clear
this,
about that.
Eva. I try to tell this to other Americans. I'm like, Russians aren't really your enemy. They're really not. They're hanging out like everyone else. Like they're not your fucking enemy, as much as they try to paint it. Same with even I don't know about the Chinese. They kind of sketch me out, but Russians, Russian. No offense, but Russians, they're hanging out. They're hanging out.
Well, I just see the Russians as like the same people we are. I mean, I'm Icelandic. The
Well,
Russians
Russians are
related to us.
they're European. Like for the most part, they're
Absolutely.
fucking European. They're fucking Euros, just like me. Like I'm
Yeah, but
American, but
they
I'm
get
I'm
lied to
fucking
their whole
100%
life
European.
about their whole history,
I'm
everything.
fucking whiter than an Irishman, dude. I'm fucking European as shit. You know what I mean? Like, I might be American, but I'm European. Like, you hold those weird little things that you can't even comprehend in your mind with another European.
I mean,
You
as long as
really
they don't
do.
believe all the lies they've been told their
It's
whole
just
life.
like Africans. Like if you're from the North Africa and you hang out with a fucking Southern African, they probably hold little certain traits that we can't really comprehend, and they get along. It's same with Europeans. Like you could be from fucking Portugal and hang out with a dude from fucking Vladivostok and probably get along. You know what I mean? Like there's certain little traits.
Well, it's like I don't know, Uruguay, Argentina, but I don't know, Finland, Sweden. No, you get along. Of course, we are all human beings. It's not about people from countries. It's about what's going on and whatever you mentioned. Part you are aware of these weapons and all these new technologies used to to harm people. It's terrible. They are basically using things that are, I don't know, they are destroying the brains of the people. There are technologies that most
Yeah,
of the
it's called
people are not aware. They
psychotronics.
think that,
Psychotronics
yeah,
in English.
exactly. Most of the people think, yeah, people think that okay, this is science fiction, is a conspiracy theory. No, it exists. Technology
It's
exists,
real.
it's used, and
They've
it's
had it
terrible.
since the 1970s.
I'm just like I told you guys, I have no proof, but something happened to all of us. Last time we were in Russia, we went to Yalta. We were in the Crimea on a conference. We were kind of iffy about going, but we did go. I don't know what happened to our brains, but something happened to our brains. I have no proof, but I just know when we came home, we were all like upside down and had been turned 180. And it took me, my friend got extremely sick. The other parliamentarians, he behaved in a manner, she just is like, she changed personalities. I'm not making this up. This is the absolute truth. And I was just acting peculiarly too. My friends were like, "Ayo, what's up with you? Like, what are you even talking about?" And I was just very confused. And then when I came out of it after a period of time, because I'm lucky to have very good friends that helped me work on me. And now it's been like almost 6 years, but they definitely have some kind of a technology.
It ain't nothing. Ain't nothing.
I don't know, 100. I mute you because you have the music playing. Saberger, what can you tell about your experience in Russia while being there, and I don't know what's going on, and anything you would like to share?
Um, well, yeah, I can say that I also think that Russian people are different than their government, and um, there are really good people and nice people in Russia. I have many friends there, so the governments and people don't always go together. Like many times that happens, and
I always say that I'd rather listen to music than listen to anybody in the world. So, I mean, imagine listening to music instead of listening to some bullshit.
I'm sorry, but if you don't like listening to people in the world, then goodbye, bye bye.
Tell me about some music that you love. Everybody in the space, everybody that has a certain song that they love,
Uh,
I'd love to hear it.
okay, if you have a Spotify, it's called um, s- um, two
No, no,
two
I'm saying
hearts one.
play it right now.
Oh,
I'd
okay,
love to
okay,
hear
okay,
it.
okay, okay, okay.
I'm gonna
I
turn
will.
all my shit off to
Okay,
hear it.
okay, Okay. This space is not about this, but I will do it, and because it's dedicated for my beautiful, lovely fiance who flew like 8,000 miles to be
Bro,
here with
just
me.
just listen. Just calm down. Play the song because I'm gonna go to sleep here soon. And
And
you this is
yeah,
your one chance to play the song.
so I will play
Play
a
it. Your favorite song.
song right now. Uh, yeah, yeah, look, because yeah, hold on.
Turn it up a bit. There you go. Turn it up. Oh, one heart star. Yeah, this is a song for me to Sour Girl. Yeah, but, yeah, this was my once only time to play a song, and I took it. Yeah, who is this guy who gave me an opportunity to play a song? Oh my god! And I did it.
I have no clue, but it was a beautiful song, Alberto. And congrats, you guys. I love stories like this. You flew like 8,000 miles? Wow, that's amazing.
Much more than that. It is much more than that. But basically, I was sent to prison in 2017 for being accused of a crime that I never committed, that just for trying to help and report a problem in a medical provider system. I was accused of hacking the system, sent to prison. At one point, I wrote a book about the story, and somebody bought that book and posted a picture of it and said, "Oh, I got this book." And that person was this woman from Finland, and we started talking. And because of me having sent to prison to hell, having written a book, having lived this terrible story, I was able to find the most beautiful woman on earth that right now is here in another room in my apartment in the bed. I am in the office, and it's 3 a.m. And yeah, I mean, it's all about perspective. It's all about time and things that seems terrible sometimes. Yeah, you see them from a different perspective. You see, wow, if it wasn't because of this, I would never have had the chance of meeting the most amazing, beautiful, lovely, and wonderful woman in the world. And yeah, just writing that book about my story connects me to her. Yeah, and we are here together in Uruguay. And we're going to Vegas in a week to DEFCON. We're going to get married there on Saturday the 10th. Yeah, so yeah, this is life.
I have to say, I'm so glad that you guys are going to DEF CON, but also so bummed that I'm not going. But I'm so glad you guys are going. You're gonna have loads of fun.
Yeah, have you been there before?
Yeah, many years past. I haven't had the opportunity to go for a long time, but it's just gonna make a lot of connections. The people are fun, and the fishing. I never I said know how to say it in English. The fishing stories, and it's just a networking convention, and you meet a lot of people. You get a lot of info, and you make connection with people that are working on similar stuff you're working on. So. And what are we doing? What are we supposed to call ourselves? We used to call ourselves pirates. Now we're kind of just cyberpunks. I don't know, but you meet a lot of good people that are
Yeah,
very committed to doing good things for the world. And a lot of good cybersecurity experts, people that absolutely know what they're
yeah,
talking
actually,
about, what they're doing.
Yeah, actually, I was telling that with Carl and Adventure Doctor regarding here, for example, the spaces, all these people mostly in cryptos and all that saying, I am an expert on this and that, and they know nothing. Whoever proclaims themselves an expert
Yeah,
is
I
somebody
know.
who, for me, is somebody who knows nothing. I mean, whoever says, I am an expert on this, is somebody who in history because of his case that was unique in the USA in the early 90s. Adventure Doctor and well,
Yeah, I mean, just look at us here in Iceland, Alberto. We are known for for being very technologically and advanced, and we're almost the cashless nation. I mean, everything here is digital, but yet
we
we
you
our
know what we
cybersecurity
know
is
we
shit.
are the
Our
voice for
cybersecurity is shit. Yeah, but you should, if you want to see a nation with
cyber
highly technologized nation with a very, very bad cybersecurity, you should look into Iceland. It is extremely bad here.
Are you sleeping?
And that's why we are our institutions and our banks and everything is constantly being leaked out for not so good people to use. So we are coming up to an age where we are going to be. I mean, I don't know. We're talking about here with a few of my friend pirates opening up a cybersecurity company. Just in the idea is to educate people on what they need to be aware of if they're going to be on the internet, be on the www, because there are a lot of things going on. Oh, I hope I wasn't talking over Alberto. I see he's having connection issues.
I don't know. I'm not probably having connection issues. Honey, you should come here. Oh, that was so funny. I was sleeping and I woke up when the neighbors were having fight and they kept yelling. and Alberto is in his office, and I'm in the bedroom.
Well, at least we can hear each other. So I'm from Iceland, and I'm so nice to meet you.
So
I'm so
nice
glad
to
to meet
meet you. Yeah, because I'm from Finland, and as you
Yeah.
heard,
So we're basically cousins, like
yeah,
in a way.
I
Oh,
know.
and by the way, Finland is a gorgeous country, and you're doing amazing things. We've been studying a lot of things you Finns have been doing with your systems, and you're doing a lot of good things.
Yeah, good things are happening there. I haven't been in Finland in 4 years now. I live in elsewhere, but hopefully I'm able to move to Uruguay. um, but yeah, there are a lot of good things in Finland, and I really love Iceland. I've been there only once, but I really wish that I could go there again and see more places. I really, really loved it.
Well, if you ever visit again, make sure to contact me. You know, I'm an old school pirate. We kind of invented couch surfing, and I'm always glad to meet people from over that share my passion. You know, so and that's how we do it. We network. We get to know each other, and we build a community. Even though the pirate community kind of blew up in my face, but that is what happens in these kind of organization, these non-governmental organization. You try to establish to bind people together, because usually we're all working alone in our corner, because I mean, it's hard to trust and hard to know who to trust, but it's essential to work together, because we're not fighting midgets, we're fighting giants.
Yes, exactly.
And actually, it was because of the conflict with Ukraine that Cyber Girl started to. I mean, she said, I think, correct me or wrong, I have to do something. So, despite of not having a background on IT, you don't have to be a tech savvy, a hacker, or anything to help and to do things in order to help other people in these kind of situations. Everybody can do it. Everybody has something they know they can do in order to support these kind of things. You probably don't even have to know how to turn on a computer. There are things that you can do without that. Anybody can be a hacker. I mean, only if you can speak, or even if you cannot speak, just with your voice, just talking, you can do things. So, yeah. And she decided, okay, she wanted to do something. And I always say, if you are witness of a problem and you do not anything, you are part of the problem. And I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. So if I see something and I don't do anything, I am not doing the right thing. So I have to do something. Otherwise, I am I am part of that problem that I'm being seen in front of my eyes, and I don't want that.
I'm the same way. I'm always trying to walk away, because now I'm 50 and a grandma, and I've spent more than half my life, or 35 years or so, online, with my face behind the screen. But it's unable then, when you look at the world and you look at everything that's happening, it's hard to walk away and just live in your own little bubble, acting like nothing is going on, just because I'm safe here in Iceland and my grandchildren are safe. It's
Well, actually,
impossible.
I am in Uruguay. I was sent to prison. I am hated by the government, by many powerful people, corrupted justice system, corrupted police. Uh, but despite of, I mean, I was aware of the risk I was taking when I started exposing all the things that happened. Yeah, I knew. I mean, okay, I do this. This might happen to me. This might happen to my beloved ones, but it's a risk that I'm willing to take. I will take it. And yeah, so far, I was able to change the justice system of our country because of the pressure I was putting. Nobody in here, despite of initially the press release from the police regarding my arrest was like destroying me. I was the worst cyber terrorist on the earth. And then when I was released, all the journalists here, the most famous ones, knew about my case, and I talked to all of them, and they said, "Wow, that's a great story. We'll keep in touch to keep." And then nobody contacted me and said, "Okay, I cannot give a version of my story here. You know what? Fuck Uruguay. 3 million people. There are 7, 8 billion people out there. I will share my story with the fucking world." And so far, that worked pretty well. Because of that, the pressure the country got, and I wasn't aware of that until a year ago. Made in parallel while all I was the things I was exposing, they were making a change in the system. They couldn't cope with all the pressure and how ridiculous the country was being perceived by other securities professionals in the world. Conference such as in the Chaos Conference in Germany in 2018. I was there virtually in 2020 because of COVID. Linus Newman, the guy that from the CCC exposed the voting, electronic voting system Germany was going to use, and he proved that he could hack it and force the government to change the voting system in a country. He talked about my case in the conference in 2018, and the reach I got was so huge that everybody all around the world was talking about my case, and here the pressure was so much that okay, they wouldn't listen to me here, but they had to do something because they were really under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure. Have you ever heard about an organization called Journalists Without Borders?
No, I have never heard about that organization. What?
Okay, I'll send you a link to their contact info. There are a lot of good people there that are good at getting stories out and making them go viral, because it used to be a pretty extended network of people that are committed to getting stories out there into the world media. So
Yeah, that's
it's a
the
good
thing.
organization.
I was very lucky. I was thinking all the time. Okay, I was released from prison. I was just a convict with a cellular in my hands, nothing more. Okay, I imagine how many people might eventually suffer something like that and go to their house and then not being able to talk about that, continue with their life, miserable life, uh, keeping that to themselves. Okay, talking about this for me was like the best therapy ever. Exposing all this and being able to actually, say the things and okay, this is what happened, having the evidence, the proof, in order to expose those who were doing things in an illegal, committing crimes in order to arrest people, sentence people. I mean, those who prosecute the crimes like mine are committing more crimes doing that than the crimes they're prosecuting. It's like the guy from Silk Road, I mean, that guy, the those who got the order from above, okay, Silk Road must stop. I mean, we don't want this to be operating. The system must shut down. Okay, they got that server in Finland, the IP, and in the defense of this guy, the defense would they never got the information about how the law enforcement got that IP and located the server in Ireland, and that is something that for the defense of the guy is something that they must. How can you defend somebody if you don't have in the documents on how the research and the investigation work and the evidence was gathered? It's impossible to defend somebody like something in that situation. But of course, they are using tools that are illegal. They're probably committing crimes doing that, but they they will use it still because it was not about solving something. It was about the order and the message. Okay, we won't let this happen. We have to shut this down no matter how. And they did it, and they have the power, and the system allows them to do that. And yeah, that guy is serving 2 life prison times without parole and 40 years for just running an eBay on the dark web. That's ridiculous.
And what I try to get out, my parents' story. If you read my pinned tweet, I think that's another story, another type of story that needs to get out. What they went through, because when they got married, interracial marriage was against the law in the United States.
Yeah, but despite of that, they did it. They got married. They went against the system.
Did it. They did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and what did they
It
do?
was
I mean,
legal in Pennsylvania, but not anywhere else.
yeah, I know, but what did they do? That was wrong. I mean, that was sorry, not wrong. That was a crime. It was
Right.
they couldn't do it, but in spite of that, they did it. Okay,
They did
and
it.
after them,
Yep.
they made a change. It was a before and after. If it wasn't because of those people that paid the price for doing those things, but it's okay for me. The price I had to pay lost everything psychologically,
That's why
emotionally,
that's why I
economically,
said you are a
everything.
hero.
I lost everything. I lost everything.
That's why I said you are a hero, Alberto. And in the next generation, you'll be known as a hero.
I'm not a hero. I'm just another guy. But despite that, I won't argue with that. But the thing is that we need people that are willing to take that step and go and do and what they should do, despite of not supposed to be doing that in order to break down the walls and make change happen and improve the system, improve society, and make this a better world.
That's right. And that's the whole point. And that's what we got to promote. And that's exactly what Enlightenment 2026 is about.
2025. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
2025. Yep. Yeah, that's what Enlightenment. I started naming it 2026.
I'm a little bit starstruck because I knew your parents' story, but I had, of course, no idea that they were your parents. So, wow. And this is a kind of hacking that is not computer hacking.
No.
They hacked the system.
Yep.
They did what they were not supposed to. This is hacking too. I call myself a political hacker. What that means, people have to just read into, but it has a lot to do with non-computer things. So I can hack into my toaster. I can screw my toaster apart just to figure out how it works. That is a kind of hacking. So when people talk about hacking, they're often stuck on it. It's all about breaking down firewalls or hacking into some governmental papers or something. But no, there's a lot of different types of hackers out there that do a lot of things that are non-related to computers. And they get the information to the right people because very few people in the world today are capable of the kind of hacking, computer hacking, needing to do and staying safe at the same time.
I agree.
I mean, there are
not
a lot of people like that around.
No, and I'm sorry, Eva. I tried to follow you back, and it's doing this again to me, Alberto. It's saying I've reached my limit again. I can't figure that out.
Don't worry. It just happened. I think it happened to me once. I could only follow like one person an hour or something. And then they shut down I had like my old profile, which is a political profile, and I find it so funny. I'm on the freedom of speech platform, and I've been a freedom of speech advocate for 30 years in the political sphere, and my profile gets shut down, my old profile, which is with all my old contacts on and everything. And in spite of how many letters I write to X, I get no response. So now my next step is to hire a lawyer in the United States, because I want to know, because I did nothing. I did nothing. I just talked to people in spaces. I didn't post anything. I didn't do anything. And I have never been banned because I know how to behave. So I don't know. I got a script sent from somebody. I don't know who is. Somebody dropped me a thing. And there was a long list of profiles that had reported me. And for what reason, I do not know. I quit the Pirates in 2016. Our ways kind of just, I'm one of the founders. I come from the Bay. And the movement kind of had moved on to things that were non-related to what we were doing in the beginning. So because I was specifically focused on cybersecurity and internet governance. So, and that's what I thought the Pirates were all about. But all of a sudden, we had people in the movement that wanted all kinds of other things. And I am absolutely sure that we were infiltrated by a lot of governments,
Yeah, I have
by
a
a lot of.
yeah, I have something to interrupt. I have a question, because okay, my profile. I know I am shadow banned, even though no system says that. Imagine, not to brag, but okay, 35,000 followers. I opened a space like 3 hours ago. It took like an hour before Carl show up because I invited Carl, and because my space is not showing, I have no visibility. A person who has 500, 1,000 followers open a space, and within 15 minutes, probably they might get like 10, 15 people in the space. Look at this. I have 35,000 followers running a space right now. We are here. I invited you also. I sent you an invitation also for you, Eve, Isabel Girl, Carl, to Adventure Doctor. I don't know how he found the space. To Parameter, I invited him. Uh, Most of the people were here because of my invitation, but not because of showing up into the spaces. I'm completely being. I have a theory about this, but basically because of the things I talk about and other elements, I am being completely being having no reach. My messages that I want to deliver are not reaching all the people that are actually following me, willing to
Yes, I
listen to
do.
me.
I know that because I can tell you, I have to go click on Alberto's picture to see if he has a space going, to see if it's purple. And the other day, somebody else was running a space, and they didn't show up purple. They were actually in it, run, and it showed they were not. They didn't have a space open. So yes, I'm shadow banned too.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that this is the thing. And I mean, a lot of the code is still public on GitHub, and I don't know what's going on with this platform, and I don't want to say it here, but this is very iffy. It is extremely iffy, and all my old buds, nobody wants to be on here. People are like, Ava, what the F are you doing on X? You should not be on there. But I'm gung-ho as usual, so I'm like, fuck that. They are calling this the freedom of speech platform, and a lot of people are not getting any reach. There is no fairness here. There is no freedom of speech.
No,
And
there's
I'm
freedom
gonna
of porn, but not freedom of speech.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you. Yes, that is a good way of putting it. That is a very good way of putting it. I'm overflooded with porn. It's just ridiculous. But like I said, I'm not ready to talk about what I think is going on here behind on the back end. But there is something really iffy going on with this platform, and this is a data harvesting hell.
yeah. Okay. I have a person who's running actually on 500 spaces at a time, um, um, getting the transcriptions of all the conversations, and within every 5 minutes, using Gemini, they grab the conversations and they make a summary of the conversation, what is it about, the people, the psychological profile of the people talking, and that is using just a script. Imagine the technology that some people with power money can have in order to identify and to actually, flag people that for certain reasons they want to silence. Yeah, I mean, I was just seeing the results of this script on 500 spaces, and it was amazing. The results. I mean, from one point it was very good because sometimes you enter into a space and you don't know what they're talking about, and you can have within a paragraph a summarize that is speaking about this topic. This is, I mean, the position of the cyber girl, car, blah blah blah. I don't know. A lot of information that is summarized about what's going on, and also the psychological profile of the people according of what they're saying is amazing. But the thing is that also I am aware of some people that are from a group that are researching the network, what's going on in Twitter regarding the tiny URLs and some payload that might be include that might be malicious, and maybe they are using that to I won't say infect, but to actually do things that are uh, yeah, they're doing things that are very I don't know, I don't know,
Well,
frightening.
I
Yeah.
can tell you, but there is freedom of speech, right? But this platform has children on it. The porn should not be allowed.
I
Um,
absolutely agree. The porn should not be allowed.
and
This is,
I
or
wa-
if they're
I
gonna
went
allow,
into a space and they're all masturbating, and I was my
are
God.
you
So
kidding?
now I have to go make when you go into spaces, make sure you go anonymously because it said this open conversation. So I went in to listen to it, and I went, "Oh my God!" I got out there so fast. Now the algorithm thinks I like porn.
yeah, but also, I mean, I have a script that I can listen to spaces without entering into incognito mode, without anything. But also, I can modify the um, I can modify certain flags in the space that I start. I can make this space not being able to be listened in incognito. You have to become a speaker in order to listen to the space. So you can come here as a listener, and you will not hear what the speakers are talking about. They're not being recorded. That can be done. I can do it. So the platform
Share
is
the
really
secret. Share the secret when we meet.
yeah. I mean, it's not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the secret because it's a secret. Of course, you don't talk about the secret. No, but you have seen it, done it in my space, Carla, and in other spaces. You can come as a listener and say nobody's speaking. No, only the speakers are listening to what is being talked.
Yep, I know. But so if you see me bouncing in as not seeing, I've been going in all the spaces anonymously because I don't even know if they if the real if except you, I don't know what the hell's going on in them anymore.
Me neither. I mean, what I know is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, what scares me the most is what I don't know. If what I know is so scary, what I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's just over. I mean, it's something my blowing, and I know that it's my blowing and it's going on, and I don't know it. And what I know is scary. So imagine what I don't know that I know that is going on, something that is much worse than what I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you think. You know very little. And then you think about, okay, I know this much and this is really scary. What about all the things that I know nothing about that are happening? And so I wholeheartedly, I know a lot of people, cold people that talk about shadow banning, and they're just imagining it. No, it's not, because when I try to find spaces, anything that shows up in my feed, it's all bullshit. It's all stuff I have no interest in. It's just bullshit spaces, people that are out of their mind talking about bullshit things. I never see any of your spaces, Alberto. I almost never see any of your posts. It was just a coincidence that I saw the DEF CON thing because I'm following DEF CON. So
It
that's
was
why I saw,
yeah,
because you had.
exactly. That is
Mhm.
magical. I mean, and I said thank you for your support, and I asked you, are you going to DEFCON? And then I opened this space 2 hours after that, and I sent you the invitation. Otherwise, you have never have known that I was running that space.
I would have never have known, and I don't follow that many people. And I follow most IT people, people like you, people that are involved in what I'm interested in. But still, all I get is porn. Space is about, I don't know, nothing that I'm at least interested in. And it seems to be like some kind of okay, freedom of speech. I mean, is there freedom of speech if there is no freedom of reach? If we are not all playing on an equal in the agora? I mean, freedom of speech is the cornerstone of democracy. And in the agora, if we don't all have the same, if our voice doesn't reach as loud or as far as anybody else's voice, is there really freedom of speech? Is there really equality here? I don't see it.
No, not at
I
all.
don't.
That is really the worst part is that what are the alternatives? Blue Sky, Mastodon? No, I mean, okay, I don't, okay, okay, and they're transcribing this, another flag for Alberto. Yeah, fuck Twitter, fuck Elon Musk. Okay, I want to go somewhere else. Where do I go? Okay, I stay here. I have no alternatives in order, I mean, to have a certain reach. LinkedIn, okay, LinkedIn, I have 30,000 contacts. Social audio on LinkedIn is not something that works for me the way I can use here. So give me an alternative, give me a competence. I mean, the best thing
Yeah, I
that
know.
happened in life is being able to select, choose. You don't like something, you go to the next to the other service and you choose that service. You don't have that. This is a monopoly. This is not a monopoly even. It's like yeah, but yeah, it's a monopoly. Like the big companies, Google, Amazon, Microsoft. Is like they're all controlling Apple. Not well, Apple. There was one. They're basically doing whatever they want. AI being controlled by what? Microsoft, okay, OpenAI, Microsoft, and Apple being owned by Microsoft, basically Bill Gates. There's no competence. They're basically
Mm,
all the same.
and don't forget the big old Amazon.
Yeah,
Yeah, the big old Amazon.
But I
That
was
was a
going to
good
say,
point.
what's fun, we were Alberto and I were just talking before everyone showed up. We are talking about two people that aren't on this platform. One was Jocelyn Harris. She was a professor of medical and taught med school, and she's not on here. She knew all about COVID, and they just pushed her off. And when our friend Paul, remember, he wrote the red herring effect. He went through the U.S. Constitution and proved some, showing all the, and he's not on here. They took over his account and he quit.
yeah, and okay, I don't know if you know about this person. Okay, Pegasus, Amnesty International, Citizen Labs, Olympic Games in China, information about Apple, that personal information about the people that were in that Olympic Games in China that was grabbed by Apple. that were not supposed to be collected, sent to certain servers. Somebody exposing all that. Okay, I don't know how much you know about that, but there's a person who was, he's still, I hope, Jonathan Scott, Jonathan Data One, account suspended, exposing Citizen Lab, Rwanda, mm, mm, okay, despite of discussing uh, how accurate his arguments were and his research, uh, he has been suspended. It's been 3 4 months. Um, mm, he he was fighting against Amnesty International, Citizen Labs, people that were very powerful. He was exposing a lot of things regarding forensic procedures that were performed by Citizen Labs when they first identified a Pegasus, a really infected device with Pegasus, like 2 3 years ago, and all the ridiculous um, way they perform the forensics analysis of the device. Okay, that guy is a account suspended. I tried to contact him via Signal a couple of days ago. I waited for him to hear from him. Uh, well, I don't know. Um, that is very sad. I
Yep,
mean,
that's why I have a blue sky as a backup, because I have, at least we have a backup if this gets worse.
yeah, but with Carl, Blue Sky, it's not like this. I mean, I
No,
don't
no, I
feel like
know it's
interacting
not,
with
but
anybody. I'm not connected. Even though I have 2,000 contacts there, it's like I'm in contact with nobody. It's I don't know.
no,
It's
I've
not the
been,
same.
actually, you know what I've been doing? I've been reposting all the missing and exploited children from here to there.
Well, you were actually reposting the things that I was posting in Blue Sky also as well.
Yeah, all the missing. You know how I repost the missing children from all over. I repost them over there because I feel if it saves one child's life, it's worth it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes a difference and makes it worth it. I mean, in my case, I mean, when I realized the power of what my message, spreading my message, could create on people in terms of inspiration, in terms of, I don't know, how I can change a person in a positive way, just sharing my experience, and a person called me to send me a message saying, wow, your story is inspiring. And I said, wow, I was able to inspire one person. Maybe all the hell I had to go through was worth it. And then one person became two, and two-person became three, and then it was like I don't know how many, but okay, being able to inspire people, it's amazing, it's wonderful, and yeah, it's like priceless. It's not about you. I mean, as I said, for me, the price of all this was losing everything. I have a cyber girl, which
Can
is
anybody hear
everything.
Alberto? I can't hear anything.
Okay, now? Can you hear me? Okay, hold on.
I can hear you, Alberto.
Okay, can you tell Eve that can she drop to listener? If can you tell her, Salvador, if she can hear you?
Um, what do you want me to tell her?
If she can hear you, drop to listener Eve and
Yeah,
come back.
drop the Eva. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you fine.
Okay, good. All right. I was going to say, if you can't hear Alberto, drop the listener and then come back up, and then we'll make you speaker again.
Okay, thanks.
But yeah, so I've been reposting missing children. I've also been reposting bleeping computer. And also I've been reposting what's and the race stuff I've been reposting from from the calendar, that one thing, what's it called, something whatever, where they give a story a day of what happened with racism. So I've been using Blue Sky. In fact, I have it open now. I pop back and forth, and it's finally picking up momentum. So you might want to just kind of watch it in the background, because I have a feeling once they get voice working over there,
Uh,
there's going to
no,
be a mass
both
exodus.
boys have been working since the beginning. It was not. It was a separate but it was okay. The same user, but it never got the user experience as here. The
No, I know,
community.
but I'm just saying they haven't gotten working in Blue Sky, not yet.
No, voice audio, yeah, it works, but it sucks. And as you said, probably not few people know about it. It's called blue. I don't. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I try to invite somebody to the conversation uh, from. Um, from Ghana, from Africa, from Ghana, that he's also somebody who is amazing. I met here, and yeah, I never thought I would meet a person from Africa that would be so amazing. So you can learn so much, and he's an amazing human being. Uh, Despite of that, um, what happened with Jonathan Scott and his account. That was completely mind blowing for me. Um, I mean, he was working with governments all around the world. He had this project to um, standardize. Okay, in order to become a mobile forensics investigator for criminal cases, you had to have certain certifications standardized in order to have credentials to, yeah, to be competent, to prove that you're competent in that field. Because here in US, for example, the people that were before my case now changed, doing forensics, were people that have absolutely no certifications, no formal studies, and they were doing stupid things, following all the not following any of the good best practices about that, no norm nor a standard. uh, well and he was trying to, okay, he actually was a witness, expert witness in some cases, criminal cases in the USA, that he was speaking about the evidence regarding computer forensics. And yeah, and some people actually can do that without any credential, and the voice of that person that is the expert in the topic defines actually a sentence of a person eventually, and that competent person might eventually be somebody who is an expert, which means is somebody who knows nothing about that just go there by some reason, and that is terrible. I mean, being sent to prison basically means destroying the life of a person. That person's life will never be the same. It's not like a year sentence. It's a lifetime sentence. You're released from prison. Society will never be the same for you. Jobs, your family, you know you will be paying that for the rest of your life, having that. And that somebody can define your future, your rest of your life, because of being a stupid, incompetent, without any knowledge, but being in the place of an expert witness on certain field is terrible. It's really something that is scary, but happens. happens a lot. Happened to me. Uh, mm, uh, well, the short story long I cannot make because I cannot. Short story long for me is like 2 hours of speaking. But I was arrested in a Operation Bitcoins, a cryptocurrency case and hacking case, after being the case being closed, not found guilty. The Interpol person that arrested me, when I went to pick up all my stuff, Cecil, he came to me and told me, Alberto, would you consider teaching us here about the basics about the Bitcoin? Because we're getting so many reports of people being scammed here, and we have no idea what to do. Yeah, I was arrested about a high-profile case related to Bitcoins and all that, and then 4 years after that, the person who arrested me asking me to teach them about that because they have no clue on how to deal with those cases. And I was running a space when I went to Interpol and that person approached me, and people here were listening to that, laughing and saying, "Holy shit, this guy is telling Alberto to teach him about Bitcoins." I said, "What?" Everybody was like, "Yeah." Um, People, mostly English speakers, people were in the space, and somebody called a friend from mine in Mexico that came to the space to translate. I have the screenshot, and he was saying, the guy from the Interpol is asking Alberto to teach him about Bitcoins. And yeah, it was like, yeah, and that person was actually the expert that talked to the judge and was the person who translate from the technical aspect of my case to the judge, the conclusion regarding what happened, and basically finding me guilty and finding me as a terrorist. Okay. And at the end, that person was asking me to teach them because he said, Alberto, you are one of the people that knows the most here. You are a reference here in cryptocurrency, because we want you. And I was like, you're fucking with me, right? That will never happen. I will never teach any of you anything of this knowledge because you are going to use this knowledge. I don't know what for. I'm not going to help you. And sorry, that's against my ethics. I might starve, I might not work, but I will not do that. That's on me. And yeah, and those things happen a lot, and that is scary. So somebody who's an expert witness, show me your credentials, show me that, prove me that you are prepared, competent to talk about the things that you are the case is about, uh, because you are going to change forever the life of a person, either for good or not. And yeah, it's a great responsibility. Take it seriously. And that guy, Jonathan Scott, was working on teaching government and people in order to become certified, have a certain baseline of knowledge in order to do those kind of perform that role in criminal cases. Okay, now his account has been suspended. Uh, okay, he's been muted. He's been silenced. I don't know exactly why. There are many things. He's a very controversial person. He exposes things related to Apple in 2002, an iOS problem, not problem, actually, he started calling the security issues instead of security problem features. For example, Apple, he um, at a firmware level, uh, he identified things like Apple collecting things. For example, the menstrual cycle of a woman being collected by Apple and being sent to Apple servers without the woman knowing about that information being collected without her consent, uh, and stuff like that. Private information about us that without we giving our consent to be collected and sent to certain companies was being performed. The same with the Olympic Games in China a couple of years ago. Yeah, so he was under the eye of. I mean, he was exposing companies that are multi-billion companies in market cap, and okay, if you fuck with them, they're going to destroy. I mean, this is the dynamics that happened to me. First of all, you expose that, okay, they're going to minimize whoever you are exposing. They're going to minimize what you are exposing. Second, they try to destroy the credibility of the person who's exposing that. For example, me. Third, they're going to stop talking about that and forget about that. Those are the systems that I have seen all the time. I have seen it myself. He said in one podcast that I told him that was going to happen, that happened to him. That is the methodology. And well, you are dealing with a company that, like Apple, like a government, like Citizen Labs, Amnesty International, NSO Group from Israel. Okay, you will not get it for free. They they will they will fight back, and it won't be nice if you are a person alone. And the support of the community sometimes is not what you're expecting. As you mentioned before, group of people helping others and all that. Um, the cybersecurity community was really something that started to be divided, and a lot of people, I don't know if it was egos, I don't know, trying to prove my dick is larger than yours, is bigger than yours, or something like that. Uh, People trying to uh, attack other people and trying to prove they were wrong, I'm right. Fights, uh, and it is pretty not nice in general. There are groups that, yeah, they're beautiful, they're working in a very amazing way, all together looking forward the same results, just trying to do the same good things for the people, for society. It's not about us, it's about the others. What we're doing, uh, we don't get any kind of even thanks. We just do it, and it's not about us, it's for other people. But in some cases, cybersecurity, some key players, some people that are very relevant, influencers to call it somehow, are having this, I don't know, these fights with other people for some reasons that, I don't know, egos again probably, or I don't know what other interests might be in the middle, or what might actually be the real reason why these fights are being going on. And I don't know, and it's really cruel. I mean, it's not nice.
No, it's not nice at all. And what I noticed when I first came back on X, when it stopped being Twitter and went to X again, and I have absolutely never been banned. The only thing I can imagine, I went into a few of the crypto spaces, and it was mostly people talking about things. I mean, they were talking about crypto, how to make money, but they knew very little or none about the tech behind it. So what I noticed then that I got a lot of DMs from profiles that are big profiles here on duplicate profiles that are big profiles here on X. They were diverting me to a third-party website. It's a bogus website where they are getting people to invest in some, to copy their crypto trading. I noticed, being a seasoned person in this, I noticed I'm like, okay, this is a big scam. So I gathered up a lot of information because it bothers me when people that have very little money are being robbed of the very little they have by some very people with no scruples. So I sent all those informations onto X, and shortly after that I'm like, what is happening on your platform? You have all this porn going on here. There are pedophiles running rooms, grooming children. Now I'm onto these crypto scams, and then there is this NFT community. This is all a Ponzi scam. And after that, I wrote him a long email. With the email, I attached my CV, who I am. I am a seasoned politician. I've been in the game a long, long time. And I got suspended. My account was taken away from me, my old account. And I'm telling you, when Twitter was Twitter and the Arab Spring, and in 2000 and 2009, 2010, 2011, the post posted then, and the people that I was in contact then through Twitter. I mean, I should have been banned a million times compared to the ban that I got now, and it was complete ban without no warning. My profile, my old profile, where everybody knows where to find me, was just taken away. And I've gotten for a whole year, I've gotten no explanation as to why, what I did.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Actually, in the crypto world, you were fucking with people that actually you fuck with them. They report your account like 400 people report your account at the same time, and after a certain amount of report, it's automatic. No human being does nothing. Your account just gets suspended. And yeah, there's nothing you can do. It's automatic. It doesn't matter what the context or anything. It only makes a difference your account following. If you have more than 20 or 30,000 followers, there's a human being that takes the decision. But if not, okay, if they have 400 people reporting your account at the same time, and it's automatically that's it.
That's
You
exactly what. And because somebody dropped me a drop in a place with the script of who reported me, and it was a lot of people, a lot of people. So apparently,
they
I
are
have a
all
friend
scammers.
somewhere that sent me this information. So I have this information, and I have hired a lawyer, and I will be in the future, either through political means or otherwise. I know a lot of politicians all over the world. I will be pursuing this. This is my name. I'm the only person in the world with this name. And it's important that nobody is pretending to be me or putting up a duplicate profile. So I take this very extremely seriously, and the
Mhm.
lawyer in the United States tells me that I need to sue by US law, under US law, I need to sue the CEO of X, and they are required by law to reply to me. But this will take a long ass time, like everything. But if they think I'm gonna give up, they haven't met a seasoned pirate yet, because I'm not gonna give up until I did nothing wrong. I pointed out criminal activity on this platform to keep both adults and children safe on here, and I'm just not gonna. They're not gonna silence me, and I don't care how many times. And I've been hacked up the wazoo since I came on here by some pretty savvy hackers. So and they've also tried to discredit me. They talked all over about I was lying about, oh, she's not Eva the pirate. I'm called the godmother. That's not her. She's lying. This is a person pretending to be her. And I'm like, I can totally prove. I'm ready to video call with all of you. I can totally prove who I say I am. Everything is open. Just check my IP. Check where I'm at. But and if you are good hackers like you say you are, you should easily be able to establish that what I am saying is the absolute truth. I am
Yeah,
absolutely who I say I am.
yeah. Look, I mean, if you go to my profile and you click on my blue badge, you will see verify and ID verify. So I am ID verify, which means I went through the process where my passport was processed by a third company. Okay, my account actually is associated to Alberto Hill, which I am me. They have my document that they are not storing that information for more than 30 days, blah, blah, blah. Okay, my account is already verified, which means I am me. Uh, and in 2022 September. I went to the search in Google and Twitter and type my handle, A. Daniel Hill. There were 20, 30 profiles, fake, with all the username was A. Daniel Hill, me, A. Daniel Hill, including profiles cloning my bio with zero followers, zero followings, following 16 people. Um, basically somebody that in that year, that moment, bought the platform for $44 billion claim, I will fight against bots. Yeah, I will get rid of bots. We will remove about a million bots a day. Okay, I reported that with all the screenshots, all the evidence showing, all these people, all these accounts are bots, first of all, so remove them. Observe second, they are impersonating me. Uh, okay, that is something that, that is something that is a crime. And then nothing. In March of 2023, somebody noticed, a post from somebody with of that list of cloned accounts posting about cryptos, about a project regarding to investing in Bitcoin or another crypto. It was a scam, that post, that project, and it was under my name. So somebody who was using me because I am involved into the blockchain technology, not in terms of investing or money, but in security aspects of that. I am known, and they were using me and posting that, invest in this and get like 20 million% of your investment within 30 days, blah blah blah, in a tweet. Fuck, I've been sent to prison in Uruguay for stupidity, that was really ridiculous. Imagine somebody being victim of that and somebody reporting that. I was thinking, holy shit, the stupid people here in Uruguay might eventually get that from the Interpol. I can see myself already being sent to being interviewed by the police for explaining this. Man, I have been reporting. I reported this in September. I kept reporting that every month. Not even a message saying, "Oh, we got your report. We will review it." No, nothing. I mean,
The
who
exact same
was the
thing happened to me. Nothing happened. I sent them my birth certificate. I sent them all like a document with stamps, with apostille stamps, everything. I offered to fly out to San Francisco with my lawyer to prove. I mean, do you need a DNA test for me to prove I am who I say I am? I'm ready to do whatever. I will fly out to San Francisco with my Icelandic lawyer. My US lawyer will come with me to San Francisco and we will settle this. I want my profile back. I was mass
Well,
reported by
you know who they
scammers.
took the blue check mark away from just recently? Nancy Sinatra.
But that was a legacy, probably. I mean,
Y-
started removing that from all the celebrities that got that before the
Yeah,
page
she had
blue
it
check.
before, right? She had it before, right?
Yeah, but if you don't pay, I mean, unless you're a friend of this person who bought the company, there's some
But I
exceptions.
know that's what I'm
Uh,
saying. But then there's
yeah,
other people who not don't have to pay, and they get the blue check mark.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around. I actually, when I first came on back on Twitter after it became X, because I'm interested in freedom of speech, I bought, I established 2 more profiles to have extra profiles because I was.
Oh, you're
yeah,
breaking up there.
Yeah, so I bought so this profile is actually blue check mark. I just changed my profile picture. Then you
that's
use your lose your check mark for a few days or a week or 2 weeks. It takes them a long time to fix it.
that's that
We're losing you, Alberto.
can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
that's silence.
yeah, we hear you now.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, this is it. Okay, let's say, okay, you change your profile picture or your display name. It takes like a process of a week, more or less, in order for you to get the blue check mark back. Okay, AI, all the power they have right now in terms of processing and analyzing information, and they say it's all in order for you to see that your profile wasn't altered and it's complying with all the rules and terms of Twitter. Okay, if you change your profile picture, okay, with artificial intelligence right now, it takes probably 1 second, not more than 1 minute, in order to see, okay, this is fine. 1 week, you change your display name. There are people with blue check marks that have a blank display name, or a display name that is a dot, a display name that says nothing. Uh, and okay, and that okay, and I changed now my display name. I have to wait a week. Why? They are checking that my profile is complying with, it's not violating any rules of Twitter. They can do that with artificial intelligence. Seconds. That is just a privilege. You have to wait. It's just to make money, to profit, to make this illusion of okay, this is valuable. No, that verification is complete. Second, that week is it's just a process that okay, you change that and then triggers a script that says okay, countdown. Okay, we have the 7 days, and then when 7 days are done, then they just give it back to you. There's no, I'm sure that there's no human interaction with that. It's completely a program that gives you the illusion that somebody's reviewing that. Nobody's fucking reviewing that. They could have won't waste resources of human resources doing that. That can be perfectly, completely being automated and processed in seconds. That is stupid. That makes absolutely no sense for me, and I'm completely sure that this is just a false illusion of the value of the blue check mark. Okay, you change this, you have to wait because we have to verify all this. First time I got the blue check mark, okay, a week. Okay, 2 weeks after that, I changed my profile picture. Okay, all my profile was verified apparently to see it complies with other rules. Okay, but then after 2 weeks, oh, okay, they had to wait another week to verify all over again. I mean, couldn't they have just checked that within 2 weeks my activity, and if something changed in order? No, why another week? Make no sense. I see it in any angle, and for me, it's completely stupid, ridiculous, and completely pulling your leg to tell you that they are doing that in order for the reason they're saying they're doing that. No, you can basically change your profile picture, and within 2 seconds, there are people that are using a pornographic news woman account that is verified. And what actually is the criteria to see that your changing your profile picture violates or not any rule or your display name? Come on, I have seen so many things that what is the criteria? What I mean, it's stupid.
Yes, Alberto, exactly. For me, from my stand, I've been, what is going on? Why does this this all to me feels like so much BS that when you smell this much BS, you know something's off. I'm not sure what is off, but something is really, really off when you're a politician and your voice is being silent and you are being attacked. I mean, the profiles that reported me was not 400, it was much more than 400. It was obviously an planned attack on me. And then when I sent them all my documentation, and plus I had paid for that profile. So I paid for a product that I never got the opportunity to use. And the person
Yeah,
that sent me the script of who had reported me, I mean, these are people, this was mostly crypto people that have been on X
y-
for a long,
yeah,
long,
and you
long
know
ass
what?
time. So something really
Yeah,
strange
but
is going
you
on
know,
here.
yeah, but also all these guys in the crypto. I mean, all these people that start an NFT project or something like that. Okay, there are people that start from zero, and there are people that have, I don't know, 50,000 followers, 1,000, 200,000 followers within 2 months. That's impossible. Organically
It's
get that
impossible. They are
in 2 months.
dying this
It's
following.
impossible. They are all bots. I mean, they're just buying. Those accounts are completely accounts that are violating the terms of use of Twitter that says that you cannot have those, you cannot get those kind of bots following you. Okay, that's stupid. Those are scammers, and they do nothing against them. They're not being suspended.
You know what
And
happened to
second,
me
I wish I.
overnight, Albert? Overnight, I gained on that old profile of mine. All of a sudden, I gained 5,000 followers. And I am so honest that I sent an email to X reporting it. I said, overnight, I gained 5,000 followers. It is no chance in hell that this is organic. Can you please check out what's going on with my profile? And I got suspended.
Yeah,
And it's been a
okay,
year,
well,
and they haven't answered me yet. So I'm going the legal route. I've already
I,
hired the lawyer, and I'm going to take this to court if I have to.
I really wish I had the resources you have. I mean, unfortunately, I cannot afford taking that
I
route of.
cannot afford. I've been
Uh,
a
ca-
cyberpunk and a pirate my whole life, so I cannot afford anything. But I'm lucky that I know a lot of people in politics, in the European Parliament, that are interested in my case. They're like, "What, Deva? You of all people got thrown out of X for what?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And I've shown them the email I sent to X where I'm reporting the scams that go on here. And so there are a lot of people interested in my story and what happened to me here last year. So, and
Not
that
only
will
that, I
come
mean,
out in time.
well, actually, you're a
Can I ask
person.
a
I mean, you.
weird question? How many how many people have you? How many accounts do you have blocked right now, Eva?
I just recently blocked one account that sent me some nasty message. Other than that, I usually don't block people. I just mute them.
Okay, I because I right now I'm up to 42,300 and some blocks.
Yes, I had like on my old account, I had blocked so many. I was like busy all day blocking bots. And these are like these are
Okay.
like silos. They're like AI bots, and these are like silos that you get into, and then you see nothing about these. And this is so obvious. A child could figure this out. And then I'm invited to this space they called the Genius Room, which was supposed to be full of IT and like genius computer people. You know what they were talking about? Building of a virtual machine. We were building virtual machine 15 years ago. So I'm like, guys, what are you talking about? They're like, oh, the new thing, virtual machines. I'm like, virtual machines is not a new thing. What, I don't understand what you're. And so maybe I was a little bit abrasive there because they were talking about technology they obviously knew very little or nothing about. And I was asking very poignant questions. So I guess I pissed them off.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny because just weeks ago or months ago, there was a person who started claiming, I know everything about security, blah, blah, ask me anything. And actually, the topic was about, okay, um, romantic romance scams in social networks like the Tinder Swinger or something like that. And okay, and now the person was said, "Okay, what is this about? I mean, ask me. I will tell you. I'm an expert on this. Okay, what do you think about this interaction between technology, scammers, and all that?" And he says, "Oh, well, I know everything, and you know what? They're using VPNs, and VPNs are big virtual machines. VPNs stand for what?" Uh, oh, okay, that was so hilarious. But okay, the thing is that going back to no, sorry, to what you were saying, Eve. Uh, you are a very interesting person. I mean, what you're doing is things that people with power don't like. You have talked to Snowden, to Edward Snowden. Not many people have done that. Um, Talking to somebody like him is getting knowledge, getting information, getting an input that is very interesting and can change a lot of things in this world. Uh, I don't know. It's something that probably many people don't like you for that. Just to mention one of the probably millions of things that are part of your life you have done,
Yeah, and Julian
your
Assange
connections.
was here in
Yeah.
Iceland for a long time, and we pirates were heavily involved in WikiLeaks and then OpenLeaks. We come from the Bay, the Pirate Bay. So these are a lot of
Oh my God! Oh my God! Hold on. Pirate Bay is like, for me. It's like something incredible. How can a centralized system delivering certain content could not be taken down by all the major companies creating the film industry? I mean, all that. They ended up in Sweden inside a bank. They found a workaround in order to, in order to be not being able to be touched. I mean, the Pirate Bay. Wow. Oh, the story of the Pirate Bay for me is one of the most amazing things of the resilience of a system that was delivering content that was content that that was making people lose a lot of money. They those companies have the power, the money, the probably more lawyers than the people creating content that
Don't you
were
know what
being
that
shared. That
was? That was the internet mafia. I'm joking.
No, the part, yeah, well, no, forget about the content. It's about people trying to take down a system that is centralized in certain country, in Sweden.
I know what you're
Uh,
saying.
yeah,
I
but the
get it.
fact is that, okay, you might remember Napster, okay, out. I mean,
Right.
easy. Pirate Bay, it's like 20 years running. I don't know how many years, and still they ended up in a bank in Sweden being unable to go and take it down. Oh my God, those are my heroes.
yeah, and if Epi, of course, died in 2010. Gottfried and all the other people, everybody is on the ground. You hardly hear from. One has a similar. I can't remember the app he has, but it's a similar app.
But the bunker. I mean the bunker that they're running these systems on a bunker probably in Iceland also. I don't know.
Even that. Okay. Today, what was it? I was getting DNS attacks from a client that's on a Microsoft server. Now you know damn well that Microsoft's got the technology to stop them before they even get out and do that.
All those big companies can be proactively preventing the attack. I mean, they can early detect early alarms detecting that and prevent that.
That's what Snort's
Yeah.
for, right?
Yep. Yep.
Packet sniffing with Snort. They could tell. Yeah, they could stop it before it happens. I'm sorry, but
That no, I mean that's the idea. That security should be about right now. I mean, okay, a person opening an Instagram account, somebody who pretends to be a girl, 13 years old in Instagram. Within 10 minutes, she gets about 5 messages from uh, people trying to contact that girl and trying to start talking with that girl. Okay, obviously they are predators and they don't have good intentions. That behavior, all that can perfectly be identified. It's all our patterns. It's all our patterns that right now with our AI can be perfectly identified and trigger an alert and prevent that person from actually contacting that girl that created the account in Instagram 13 minutes ago. But no, it happens. A girl, somebody pretending to be a girl, 13 years old, open an account in Instagram, and within a few minutes, she starts getting messages from these people, not with good intentions. So yeah, why is that? Not that. I mean, why do women get those unsolicited dick pics in Twitter? Come on, they can perfectly identify a dick pic before it's been sent to a woman. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I would
Jeez.
like to say hi to yeah to Cabo Night. Yeah, hi Cabo Night. I hope you're not a troll.
Good morning. I miss you and Cyber Girl. I just wanted to say good morning. I usually don't get up this early. I miss you guys so much.
Oh, you're the black guy.
Yes, yes.
Hi,
Oh,
nice
you
to
change
see you. It's been a long time.
yeah, I mean, but you change your profile picture, you change your
Well,
name.
yeah, I
What
did.
the hell?
I changed it because it was my anniversary month, so I put up a picture of me and my wife, and then I changed my name because they kept calling me McSalsa. So, yeah, I did change it.
Hi,
Nice.
Mick Salsa. I'm Ava from Iceland. Nice to meet you.
Ava, how
What
are
is it?
you?
I'm doing fine this morning. It's almost 8 o'clock here in Iceland. So
Well, it's
nice to
good.
meet you.
You guys were
What
my
should I?
first friends. I miss you guys.
Should I call you Cowboy Night?
Yeah, that's my address. That's my ex address. That's never
Oh,
changed.
cool.
That's always changed.
Okay,
That's
cool.
always the same.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
good. So good to know that. I'm usually you can know me under XL Pi Zero or L Pi Zero. That's usually since they stole away my name and I cannot longer use my name. I had my handle was just my name,
Yes.
and I got suspended for nothing. For we were talking about why I reported a lot of scams that I found out on here, and I got suspended for it, which is quite funny. So I'm still trying to figure that out through lawyers to get in touch with this company called X. So that's why I can on every platform you will either find me under XL Pi Zero or L Pi Zero.
Okay, perfect. Well, no, I really think what you said was very interesting. Yeah, the AI should be weeding out predators. There's enough technology that it should be working already, and there's no excuse. The excuse is they want to make money, and there's no excuse. You shouldn't put a child's safety over money, ever, ever. And you're right. You're right, Alberto.
I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I don't believe in right or wrong. Yeah, but I, yeah, I believe it's just common sense, and it's the technology that either predators or people try to uh, say hi. Hi. I know you, and I thank you for following me. Well, it can be prevented if you wanted. I mean, the content that you get before it gets into your inbox can be perfectly be detected, and yeah, that interaction can perfectly be stopped before it happens. Doesn't have to get in that connection established, because imagine psychologically the effect of getting that message can be really, I don't know, who knows, I mean, can be really negative, and there's no need for that. uh, I have so many stories here in spaces regarding suicidal behaviors and all that, and the all the I don't know, feeling so responsible and needing to take actions in order to do something to try to help somebody who is behaving, saying things that are probably I don't know, might be I don't know, leading to something like a suicide, and you being feeling the responsibility, the being responsible for doing something when okay, you just have to click on a button and okay, Twitter has all the information regarding where to locate the person, to analyze the situation, to do a triage of that, to okay, to call and contact whoever they might contact in order to deal with that. And you, me as a user, okay, forget about it and don't have to not being able to sleep thinking, oh, what will happen to this person? All the technology of there, the user doesn't have to be carrying the responsibility for so many things here that we are not paying for that. We are paying here for interacting, for contacting with people, with establishing communication, conversations that we are comfortable with. We don't have to deal with trolls, with attacks, with cases like the suicides that I was telling about. Uh, no, we're not paying for that experience. And you say if you are if it is free, you are the product. Okay, this is not free. I am fucking paying for this, and I get no fucking service support from the company. How is that? I mean, at least try to fake that you care about me as a user and tell, oh, thank you for reporting that to Twitter. We care you and we value you as a user of the platform, as a client. And we will do whatever we can in order to help and study and research your report. No, not even fucking that. I'm paying and I am also the product. And so this is stupid.
No, they need. It's called a wellness check. Remember, my wife used to help the suicide prevention center in L.A. She knows all
Yeah,
that
but no,
stuff.
yeah, no, that in particular regarding mental health behaviors that are,
Yeah,
yeah,
yes. In fact,
there are people that shouldn't be here talking. There are people that are uh, not not being able because of mental health issues to interact with other
no.
people
Well, don't you
in a
remember?
proper
Don't you
way.
remember? I defended Adam when he tried to set that up, and that once,
I know.
and they go, "Well, he's not qualified." I go, "He's not trying to be qualified. He's just trying to set up.
You're being cut, Carl.
He was just trying to set up where to go for information." He-
I know, and he created a list that was including. I was surprised the number in Uruguay was actually
I,
working.
yeah, I know.
I don't know how the fuck the hell he got that number in Uruguay that I wasn't aware of.
That was his. That's his thing, and he set it all up, and he got just ridiculed, and he had to close it down in community. He had a whole community, the community set up where somebody could join in, and
Yeah, and now you have so many spaces about mental health that are being carried by people that are not professionals.
right.
This is not medical advice, but how can I mean, you are in a space with somebody who is struggling with some problems, depressed, or okay. What you say, how you interact with a person, you might try to help the person, but what you say without being a professional might actually trigger in that person things that can
No, that can be
cause
worse.
more harm
Yeah.
than help.
Yep. I tried to start. I still
So,
have my Race Unity
so
account. I'll follow you on that
yeah,
one.
but I mean, those mental health spaces. Okay, if you want to speak, you can listen. But if you want to help, if you are not a professional, I think it's better to shut up because
Well, yeah,
whatever you say,
and in this country, there's what they call 42. 42 CFR, which is a private. A lot of this stuff should not be talked about on this platform.
I agree. I agree. I mean, in this particular things, you might say to a person something in order to try to show support, concern, but those things that you say actually might be things that might be taken by the person in a way that might trigger something that I don't know. The person might do something that you don't want them to do because you're trying to help, and that would be terrible. So shut up. Don't try to help because yeah, I am not a professional. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know how to deal with certain things, and I don't want to deal with certain things here. I'm not here to. I mean, I have problems myself. Uh, I have psychological issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, uh, and I cannot help other people with that. I am getting professional support for this. I've been getting that for years, and I'm not somebody who's prepared to help others with a problem that I have. It's like an alcoholic trying to support another alcoholic. No, no, that's not that. This is
Yeah,
not the
that I
place.
know.
Go
You're not
somewhere
trying
else.
to be the AA of mental health. I get it. Anyway, I have to
I
sign
think it's a
off.
good point that Alberto. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. Sorry.
No. I was just going to say I'm going to have to sign off and say goodnight. It's almost 1 a.m. I need to get some sleep. But it was great talking to you. Nice meeting you, Eva.
Yeah, nice meeting you too. I hope we meet again, Carl.
Yeah, I'll try to follow out before you. I'll follow you on my other account.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
inbox me so I know it's you.
Yeah. Right. All right. Good night,
Okay.
folks.
Okay. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good
Bye,
Nice.
night.
bye,
Yeah.
bye,
Bye.
bye,
I'm
bye,
gonna go
Carter.
back to
Take
sleep
care.
too because it's 5 in the morning. I
Good
Oh,
night,
where are you,
Cyber.
Cyber girl? I will go to bed with you soon.
I'm so
uh
glad to meet you because it's so
yes.
seldom in this world that I get to speak with other females, and I'm always glad when I meet cyber girls like
Oh,
myself.
thank you. It was so nice to meet you, Eva. Let's
Yeah, I used to
talk
hold
sometime
crypto
again.
parties for only girls back in the days, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm always glad to see more girls join the club. Because we need more girls.
Yes.
We really
I
do.
completely, I completely agree with that. I mean, I always encourage women and entering into cybersecurity, in cybersecurity. And there was a research: 30% or a little bit less of the workforce of that were women. uh, Period. 30%. I think 50-50 would be fair. I would prefer maybe more women. And second, women, that 30%, they are not equal to men. Okay, we have all this culture in companies where women are actually never going to reach certain positions, that they are completely competent, they can do a perfect job, but because only of being women and being in a world where men are the ones who are in charge of the boss and women cannot be better than them. And okay, sexual harassment and other things prevent women from reaching certain key positions in certain companies in that particular industry. It's really sad, and yeah, I really want more women in most of the
And
industries
that's why
and
men
in
like
the
you,
world.
Alberto, are really, really important. Guys like you, and I know quite a few that are very supportive of our women and that are trying to take part in cybersecurity or internet governance, which way we choose to do it. Because all of that, what you mentioned, I mean, like I said, I've been online for over 35 years before the WW. And I mean, I've seen a growth in women, but when we first started the pirate movement, we started the first political party in 2006. The Bay was started well before that. Uh, it was like 98.5% men and only 1.5% women, but still the guys were so supported, most of them, that we got like, I was voted in on most of the boards. I mean, we were full participants in everything, and the guys helped a lot with the outreach to get more women into tech, and also protecting them that they can feel safe from predators. So that was the idea. I was talking to a few of my girlfriends that are my age, 50 and over, the other day, and we were seriously talking about making a cybersecurity company that that focuses on getting information out to women, how they can protect themselves from harassment and from I mean, I can tell you horrible stories about what has happened to women that have gotten attacked by either black hats or people with no scruples on the internet and had their lives completely destroyed just because they said the wrong thing, not even something very important or bad, to some guy that got really pissed off. So I
I
really,
know, and you know
I'm
what?
so glad to hear you say this, Alberto. I really am.
No, the worst part of all this is no matter where you are in Ireland, Uruguay, USA, you are suffering from this, you go to the police, you file a report, and nothing will happen. I mean, it's a waste of time. It's probably making you feel more uncomfortable. It's a bad moment, and then only after something bad happens in a real world situation, that some woman is being harmed, they do something. Before that, I have known cases of women that have to change their name, change their state in the United States for years, a nightmare, changing their numbers. And in the worst case was a group of people that were millionaires that were doing for fun. They were just harassing women, and the objective was to get women to commit suicide. I have heard recordings of those kind of people messaging them on a daily basis, telling them so many terrible things, and the objective was a game for them. They wanted the women to commit suicide. When I was aware of that and I started interacting with those women and hear those stories, I said, "Fuck, something has to be done."
I have a story
No,
like
no,
that,
I mean,
Alberto. I've been psychologically hacked and attacked in the worst way, and nobody know. I finally found an English police, cybersecurity police officer that helped me out. But the cybersecurity here in Iceland, everybody laughed at me. They acted like I was a lunatic, losing my mind. And I'm like, I'm having people appearing on my TV screens. I mean, I'm dealing with some savvy hackers here that have some really, really advanced technology. And I have children, and I am scared out of my mind. And what I was told was to take some, I can't remember the medication, but they thought that I needed to be medicated. Now, when the forensic guy in England went through all the stuff and saw that I'm absolutely telling the truth, even my national ID got hacked. My national ID phone number got hacked, and that is supposed to be an impossibility. So whoever hacked me had some serious skills, So, and their whole agenda was to ruin my life and make me, but they did not know who they were up against. I mean, I was in North Africa. I've been all over the world. I'm over 50. I'm a grandmother. They are not dealing with a little girl. I know how to defend myself psychologically, but still, this was a horrific ordeal to go through. And now I'm on a mission to protect other women from these, and there are groups of predatory men that have women working with them, so they play good cop, bad cop. First they make you your friend. I mean, I have their script down. I've been studying this now since this happened to me, and I'm going to take this further, but I don't want to talk about it more here, Alberto, but you are absolutely correct about everything you're saying.
Yeah, and you are a person who's strong. I mean, you have experience. Yeah, I mean, they don't know who they're fucking with. But imagine some Amanda Todd, Canada 13, suicide. Uh, those people, those agents, that vulnerability, people that are very good at manipulating psychologically. They are really good talking with people that are young, teenagers, that are not prepared to interact in a proper way with those kind of connections. Okay, Amanda Todd is the case. I couldn't cope with that. She recorded a YouTube video telling her story before she committed suicide because the hell she went through was something that was unbearable for as the mind of a girl who was 12, 13 years old. I mean, it's not like you strong. They are not. I mean, I wouldn't like to. I wouldn't like to mess with you. Like Saber has a T-shirt saying, "My fiance is a hacker, so don't mess with me." Okay. Teenagers should have a T-shirt saying, "Okay, there's a group of people of hackers that are my friends, so don't fucking try to mess with me in order to scare them." I don't know, but yeah, it's sad, but yeah, I don't know. It's terrible, and also, as Saberger knows, protecting mostly those vulnerable ones is something that I feel the need to do, and in particular, teenagers in this generation. My parents, I mean, when I started using the internet, they have no idea of how to protect me from eventually being a victim of these kind of people because when they were young, they didn't have that, didn't exist that kind of thing, that connection. Me, if I was a father right now and I have a child, 13-year-old child, and I didn't have my background, I would have probably no clue on what my kids are doing on the internet or how to deal with a situation like that. So that's for me three key elements. First of all, the platform. The platform should be much more responsible and taking proactive actions in order to prevent this. Education, schools, having classes of teachers teaching the kids and creating awareness about the problem, how to deal with that, and parents. So if you educate if you educate parents, children, you have educators for them, and then the platforms are taking a role in this, and then law enforcement actually do what they have to do. Okay, if you take actions in those items, in those elements, then that is the way of actually minimizing the impact of this kind of behaviors on this kind of networks. Identifying a predator right now, it takes probably seconds if you really want that from the platform standpoint. No, it's not been
But
done.
Alberto, how
Yeah.
do you create a better platform? I mean, we now know how to create a platform. We know all the ins and outs, all the pitfalls, everything. So where do we start? Do we create a better platform? How do we mitigate all of this? How do we help kids be kids on a safe platform? I mean, do we have somebody that wants to do that, first of all? And how much work will it take to create that?
Okay. Okay, that's okay. Let's say part of a part. Okay, how? Okay, you are a child. You're on a platform. First of all, you have the technology to see if a user is going to contact a predator is going to contact a potential victim, and you can stop that contact from being created before actually it gets the connection. You can prevent that because of patterns, because of certain elements that can be detected, analyzed, and can trigger. Okay, this is like a bank transaction with a credit card that is having a lot of flags that according the risk of this transaction has been not approved because of okay it was a small amount of money in Amsterdam from a credit card issue in Uruguay and blah blah blah. It's like a lot of elements that rank certain behavior, transaction, whatever, and the bank blocks that. Okay, the same with this. Uh, a lot of elements in the behavior of a user. Okay, block that user cannot contact this teenager here. Period. That's it. That from the parts of the platform is technology is analyzing information and taking decision based on behavior, artificial intelligence, whatever. That's it. Um, is that costly? No, it's not that costly. It's about really wanting that. Um, yeah, it takes some time, but it takes much more time for other stupid things than for this. Actually, why is that not being done? Uh,
Because of money. Because of
because,
money. It's never about the safety. Again, it's about the money. The Elon Musks and the whoever owns Facebook, they are already in a place where they're generating billions. They don't want to lose that. If they start to do a predictive algorithm, and that's what I've been proposing, is a predictive algorithm that identifies a person's keystrokes. And the reason I say that is because a younger person with smaller fingers is going to type a different way than a person with a full hand is going to be able to. You can detect that. And I can do that because if somebody reaches out to me, and it happened to me recently, I got reached out to by a 14-year-old boy. And there was nothing wrong with it. We were playing a game called Night Manager on Amazon, not Amazon, on Amazon on my Echo. And he reached out to me and he said, "Hey, I just want to know how old you are." And I said, "I'm old enough to be your grandfather." And he kept talking. I understood he was a 14-year-old boy. This was good. Okay. And I said, "Hey, this platform is not for communicating. I'm just going to, we're playing this game. That's all it's for." And it was a nice conversation. We ended it at that. We kept playing the game without communication. But then there was a girl that came on and completely different, like, "Hey, how are you? Where are you from?" And I started seeing the pattern and how fast they were typing. And I knew this was not a young girl. This was an older man based on the predictive algorithm that I've created. This was an older man. And I knew that they were European in education. I knew they were, so I was like, okay. So I started to ferret it out. And then eventually, Alberto, they said, "You're right. I'm not a girl. I'm a man." And by that time, I'd already figured it out. And I said, "Well, I'm blocking you and stuff." But if I can do it as a blind guy and I can listen to the predictive algorithm cues, then why can't we enable that with technology that's existing right now, where we can protect children, we can protect even stupid adults that will be innocently drawn into a conversation that can be manipulated, and then your account's blocked. You're never on the internet. You're listed as a predator. When you can protect both sides of it and weed out all the bad elements that are on the internet, it's because of money. They don't want to lose the money, and they'll have to invest maybe $10 billion to get this platform safe. They don't want to do it, and it
no,
doesn't make any sense.
no. Listen to this. Listen to this. Okay, remember 2 years ago when this person bought the company for $44 billion.
Right.
Um, there was one night, a Thursday night, that spaces were shut down. They didn't run, and it was that something happened. Somebody started posting things regarding the location of the person, his family, and this person was really pissed off and say, "Oh no, they're doxing me. They're putting in risk the life of my family. No, I'm not allowing that. I'm reporting this." Okay, they could do that. Uh, I expect that to do the same if they're doctoring information about my location, putting my life in danger, to do the same with me. The technology of there, the person who owns the company actually said, this person posted that my location was here, here, and here. Okay, and he took actions about that. Okay, if somebody does the same with me, and can I actually take actions against the person who is posting that? That they could detect, localize, identify, say where that person was located perfectly, who that person was. They had the technology, and it was Elon Musk, the person who was actually his information about his location, and certain family information also posted. And he said, no, this is not allowed. This is putting in risk the life of a person. Okay, the same applies to this. It's all about. I mean, imagine if Elon Musk has a daughter and somebody was doing this kind of behavior with the daughter of Elon Musk. Do you think that that would be successful, or this person would actually end up in prison? Uh, I think it is because it's not about it's not having the elements in order to technologically implement. They do have it. It's about the decision. It's like I was talking to Ivan, the Silk Road, and getting rid of something that was the government actually gave the order of stop this. They can do it. It's not about the resources of the money. They have it. It's just about you are nobody. We are not going to waste our time with you. Why would we do that? It's about women being harassed. Okay, who are you? It's about a person being hacked in a crypto scam and losing $100,000. Who are you? Oh, fuck off! We don't have time for that. We don't. Okay, okay. But if we are talking about somebody who steals $1 billion from exchange, okay, they are going to be detected, prosecuted, arrested, and extradited if they're in another country. It's all about that. They can do it. They will do it. Uh, yeah, it's all about who you are, how much power you have, how much important you are, who you know. It's all about that. For you, me, anybody here, we're nobody. Uh, if we are $1 billion losses stolen, if you are being uh, Elon Musk, if you are being somebody who is not the average person, it's not going to. It's like justice. That's it applies according. If you are poor, the justice applies in certain ways. If you are rich, millionaire, powerful, you can do say, "Oh, I want the cocaine. Bring back in the original formula of Coca-Cola." Fuck, you can say that. Come on, you can be smoking weed because and without any problems. If you are a celebrity, if you are powerful, or if you are a president or somebody running from president, snorting cocaine. And having no consequences. And if you are a black person in the USA in a pure context, you are going to end up in prison just for being pure. Uh, yeah, it's like justice. I don't know. Depends who you are. It's not about the technology. From that's my humble opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I really, if I'm wrong or not, doesn't matter. I just wish that can be stopped and solved.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Alberto. You're not. Everything you said absolutely makes sense. There is, but there has to be a change. At some point, there has to be a change. And this is what I'm doing to change it. I'm being a good person online. My family's out there. My name is out there. Everything's out there. I know it puts me at risk. But you know what? If somebody needs help, if somebody's feeling like they want to end their life, I want them to be able to come to me and say, listen, you're a good guy. Can I ask you a question? I'm okay with that. I'm okay because I would rather be that good person and be there for that person that needs me at that moment than be an asshole and never communicate with anybody and be so tightly locked up that nobody can get to me. I just, I can't do it. I can't, and me and you are of a different generation. Eva, me and you are of a different, we grew up with the internet, learning all its pitfalls and stuff like that. We've made mistakes. I know you've made mistakes. I know I've made
I
mistakes.
made
Eva
all
has
the
too.
mistakes on the book. I mean,
Right,
since 79, since my first Zeta X Sinclair, I've made all the mistakes you can make. I mean,
right.
all of them.
And that's what makes us uniquely in tune to what we need. And we have to make a decision. We have to make a choice. I've made a choice. I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to love people. I'm going to take care of them. I'm going to be inclusive. I don't care if you're LGBTQ plus, whatever else other. I don't care. I don't care if it doesn't affect me directly. It's fine. You can be whatever gender you want, whatever, uh, you know, political party, whatever, ideology, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody, then we're friends and we can be friends. And if you get to a point where we can't be friends, then I block you and I move on. But until you need me, until if you're being a decent person and you need help, then I'm going to be there for you. And Alberto, you do the same thing. You brought me in. You didn't know who I was. For all you know, I could be a 10-year-old girl. Of course, I'm not. But, you brought me in. You showed me kindness. And you taught me, and Eva and
No, no,
Cybergirl,
no,
you,
no. It
you
was it
taught
was
me how to
about
do that.
music. It was about music. I mean,
Yeah, it's
we
true. It
started
was about
talking about
Roxette.
music.
Yes.
Roxette. It was Roxette. It was yeah. It was Roxette. Exactly. That was I was thinking. Yeah, I remember.
Marie brought us together. Marie, but again, we did it because we want to be good people, and we need to stick
And
together, and we need to, and be there for each other.
yeah,
I think we are all good people, and I think I'm gonna tell you guys like shortly. This is how the pirate movement started. A few people on Discord when it was still so lousy that we could hardly communicate through it. This is how it started. A few people around the world having a conversation about the internet because we realized early on that politicians didn't know shit about the internet and how to manage internet governance and how to keep people safe on the www. You could just see it happening in real time. And then in the late 90s and early 2000s, that's when you really started to be scared for the general public online. And like you said, I care for all people. It's none of my business what you choose to be in your life. If you're a good person, I'm on your team. I don't care like what you want to be called, like what color hair you have, what color skin you have. If you're not hurting the weak or the innocent, I'm on your side.
yeah,
So this is how
just
it
one thing.
starts.
Sorry to interrupt you. The only thing, mental health issues. I'm not here to solve problems of other people that might be really, really disturbed. I have my own problems with having mental health issues. I'm not going to here trying to help people that should go and seek for professional advice when it comes to that because it's going to hurt me. I mean, harm me trying to deal with people that are actually toxic. I'm not going to try to change that. No, that is a line across, even though the other person might be good or something. No, no, I protect
You're right,
myself from those
Alberto. You're
things.
right. And we're not
You're
doctors,
absolutely
we're
right.
not psychiatrists, but we can at least be friends to people and tell them
I can be
if
an
you
ear.
need,
I
yeah,
can
if
be
you,
an air and I can point
right.
out resources in their area to them. That's all I
Yeah,
can
but it's
do.
up. I mean, the point is that you need, I think you need professional help or blah blah blah. That's up to you. You decide whether you take it or not. If you don't take it, okay, I cannot keep interacting with you like this. I'm not your father. I mean, that is affecting my life. That's the line that I put.
And you would just burn out, Alberto, yourself. I
Yeah,
mean,
you would.
You
And you're
just
right,
were not. I
Alberto.
mean, yeah, you're absolutely, you're 100% correct. People with no credentials and that are not professional in the mental health care system, they should not be offering mental health care online to people. It's absolutely, I mean, because some of those people are not good people. They are just fucking with people. I've been hanging like lurking in some of those spaces, and some of those things that are happening there are not good things. There are predators there, and this is the perfect hunting ground for predators to have a mental health space, and they are attacking mentally people that are already mentally weak. So I wholeheartedly agree with you, Alberto. This is a serious issue.
And everybody has to have a line. And Alberto, you know your line. I know mine. Eva knows hers. We know our line, but we hold it. We hold that there because we know what can happen. Unfortunately, we know what can happen. Alberto, you and Cybergirl are my favorite story. You are, because you found each other online. You've fallen in love. You've created a life, and it's my favorite. It really is. I get so happy when I see you on a space. Sometimes I don't get to speak to you, or I'll see a Cybergirl thing, and it makes me so happy. But you knew your line. You knew that she was the right girl to trust. But you knew what was right for you. And that is the governance that we need to have, is you need to know yourself and know what lines you can cross and what lines you don't, because that is what the internet should always be about. It should be a decision that you make, and you should be strong to be able to make it. Now, there's some people that can't because they're starting out or because they've been hurt or whatever. And again, my job is not to make their life harder, it's to make it easier. If I can offer you an ear or advice, not medical, not, take this drug or take that drug, not anything like that. If somebody says, hey, I had a rotten day, okay, well, let's make your day better. Let me make you laugh. Let me make you have a good time. And then I don't know what they're going to go back to. They could go back to an abusive relationship or whatever. But for that 1 minute, this blind guy gave to you something that made you happy. And that's my job. That's it. That's all I do. And I shut down my Twitter and I go back to my real life, and you go back to your real life. And we're just happy when we're here online. And I don't add to what your troubles are. I try to make the best I can. And that's all I'm saying. I want to be known as a good person, because people don't realize it, but what we're doing right now, this is going to reverberate through eternity. Your reputation, your history is all going to be reverberated by what you do now. It's going to ring through eternity. This is what you'll be known for. Never in history has so much information been able to be gathered about one person than today. What you eat, where you eat, how you spend money, what your habits are, all this is going to go into an algorithm, and eventually this will be who you are. And when they look you up and when they look at your history, they're going to be able to see everything that you did today. And you know what? I'm going to be happy, because I'm going to know that in my history, Alberto and Cybergirl and Eva are in my history. I'm going to feel great about that. I'm going to know that I had a good presence online and that I was a good person. And it's thanks to you guys too, because you make up a little bit of who I am.
Oh, Sour Girl is we're in bed with Sour Girl. She's saying, "Oh, this is so sweet."
Yeah, I haven't heard such a sweet thing in a long time. That was so kind of you. And, oh, that was so nice to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Cyberknight, that was it was so beautifully put, so eloquently. And I also think just by telling our stories and just by having this conversation, we're helping. That's my opinion, because the only thing we have to always make sure of is never to be silent, to never have our voices taken away from us. And I refuse to be bullied and scared into silence. I just refuse to. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I'm gonna fight the right fight. I think, justice for all, equality for all, for as long as I get to live. That's my whole reason for being. That's what I've been doing since I was a teenager. And nothing, they can take away my name. They can make up lies about me. They can tell people that I'm lying about who I am and who I know. I do not give no one shit. I'm going to keep on going, and I'm going to keep on finding good people like you guys, and the community building will happen. Just like with the pirate movement, never in a million years in the late 1990s would I have expected that I would become a CEO of this big movement that went all the way to the international press. I mean, we did some real things. I would have never, and it was no singular person. It was just that moment in time when we all met and we all had the same passion for making, we had passion about internet governance, copyright issues, and just to make people safe online. And I can feel this is gonna happen again. I can feel the same wave is happening. People are having enough of being silent, of being told they have some kind of freedom of speech, which is no freedom of speech at all, in my not so humble opinion. But so I think this is happening again now, and I've seen it happen in my lifetime 2 times. So I know this can happen again. And it
Well,
starts with
actually,
having these kind of conversations, sharing our
yeah.
stories.
For example, my story about trying to help and ended up in prison, and then look at the next actually being about me. Okay, never thought I could become that person. I mean, making that change, creating that awareness, changing the justice system of a country, uh, changing the structure of how investigation of computer crimes are being performed here, the creation of a unit, a cybercrime unit in Uruguay that is a prosecutor of cybercrime has been created here in charge of that unit. Okay, it was because in 3 million people I was silenced here. Okay, but me being stubborn, me being completely uh, I mean, wanting, knowing that I have to do something, I won't shut up. Okay, and I said, there are 8 billion people out there. Okay, I will share my story with them. Like, fuck 3 million people, they will hear me. And took time. It's not overnight the change. You have to be really, really, really with the conviction. You have to be really with the desire, with really the knowing that you can do it because everybody will tell you it's a waste of time. Why are you doing that? That can be not be changed. You have not to listen to that because the impossible you can the telling me that something is impossible. No, the impossible can become possible if you have the desire to do it, if you are completely committed to do it, if you are really believing in what you're doing, if you are really having the complete confidence that you can do it, that can be done, nobody can tell you, no, don't waste your time. That will never happen. Yeah, it won't happen in a year, in two. It took me 5, 6 years, and it cost me everything, but I did it. Yeah, fuck everybody who told me I couldn't do it.
Exactly. Fuck them all.
And actually, I have to tell you, I'm really pleased to be talking to you, Eve. And it was, I don't believe in accidents. Uh, Posting something about DEFCON that I told Saberger, I mean, I wanted to create connections. For example, this guy, Parr, the guy who was being the Secret Service of the USA was after him for 3 years. He has a hell of a story. He actually was released. Uh, he was sent to court, blah blah blah, and he was out of court from the front door without any charge of anything because of a tiny detail in the justice system. Yeah, well, I'm going to meet him in DEFCON. I asked you if you were going to DEFCON because I appreciate your likes, your comments, your interaction in my tweets that were in particular related to DEFCON. Otherwise, probably you wouldn't have seen my post or anything. And well, yeah, but when you mentioned about, I read your bio, and when I read about the pirates and all that, I said, wow. And then you mentioned Pirate Bay, and I said, wow. And then you mentioned you talking to Edward Snowden, your connections, you trying to make changes, as you mentioned, not about zeros and ones perspective, but hacking or improving the system with other ways, like contact, knowing people, politicians, people that can help from another way the things that are wrong. Yeah, it's a pleasure. I really wish I could meet you with a regard in DEFCON this year,
We
but
will
we
definitely
appreciate.
meet one day, Alberto. I have a feeling. And the idea here with the Icelandic pirates, which were founded in 2011, the Swedish pirates were founded in 2006. That's the first political arm of the pirate that was founded. It was in 2006 by my friend Rick Falkwing. The idea, we also got something through the Icelandic parliament, BJ, my friend BJ, that Jason was talking about before, is she got through the parliament with all 63 votes, a project called IMMI, IMMI. It was first the Icelandic Modern Media Initiative, then we changed it to the International Media Modern Media Initiative, and that is all about making Iceland a data safe haven and a safe haven for whistleblowers. And we are still, although the project has been laying down because we all got, a lot of things, and most of us have complex PTSD by now. We've been laying low for years, but somehow when I became a grandmother and I saw all of that was happening, I'm like, okay, I cannot just sit here in the shadow scared anymore. I'm going to go back online under my own name, and what will happen will happen. But I'm going to fight the good fight until my last breath. And that is about making people that have stories to tell, that know shit and have proof. We have to get them to a safe place. So that was the idea when Snowden got, I never met him in person. My friend BJ met him in person, but we did get authorization from the Russian government. He did do a Skype with us in a conference in Reykjavik. So they were very, it was easy dealing with the Russians with that. They allowed us to speak with him. We had a few video calls with him, but I never met him in person. What we were trying to do, what we were trying to get the Icelandic parliament to agree to was giving Snowden an asylum. But I guess the US has a lot of power here, and our politicians don't have a lot of balls, and we only had like our 6 votes in parliament, so it didn't
Well,
happen.
imagine when he went to Russia and Evo Morales wanted to take him in his presidential airplane to Bolivia. They make the plane land in Spain in order to verify whether he was there. I mean, that power, I mean, landing a presidential plane in Spain in order to see if Snowden was there, that is an abuse. I mean, they're abusing of everything. I mean, how can they do that? The sovereignty of a country is was completely violated, raped. That power is completely insane.
It's insane power when the FBI shows up in Iceland doing searches, house searches in people's homes. That happened to us here in Iceland. And I'm like, what the F is the FBI doing in Iceland? Last I knew, Iceland was a sovereign country. And only the funny thing is, there was only one minister that worked for the left Green Party. He's basically a communist. He was the only one that stood up for us and threw them out of the country. But can you imagine the gumption? They show up in a sovereign country, and then they go into people's homes searching. They have no jurisdiction. The FBI has no jurisdiction in Iceland. You can look this up online. Everything I say is the absolute truth. And then they subpoenaed all our emails, all our Gmails and everything. And I got detained at Kennedy. They put me, I mean, I'm going through, just like when you go through security, all of a sudden, ma'am, I'm said, ma'am, you have to wait a minute. And somebody walks away with my passport. The people that came back, they were in military police uniforms. And I was led into a room and made to sit there for 4 hours. And they took
Yeah,
away all my
well,
stuff, and I could tell you so many stories. I mean, the forces we are up against, and what Knight is right about, Mark is right about, is that this is all about money. This is all about the green. They don't care about people. They don't care about our safety.
again, the game of Silk Road. It was all about an order from above from power that says, no, no, this is a bad example. Shut down. Doesn't matter how you do it. Okay, they commit more crimes than the crimes they prosecute. So that's the way it is working in the world in these scenarios. It's terrible, but that's the way it is. But okay, are they going to release? Okay, we will tell you the IP address of the server in Ireland using this and this and this, committing these crimes when they're using the same systems in order to gather and trace and locate inform all kind of criminals, people that they want to go after. No, they're not going to give that to the defense of this guy. No, they're not going to do it. But this guy has the right to have that access in order to defend himself. But no, he didn't. And he was sentenced to that tiny sentence. That is justice. No, that is not justice. That is somebody above who said, oh, they're selling drugs on this and this and this. No, that should be shut down because the drug industry, the profits are going to come to the United States because the prison systems should be full because it's a hotel and it's a system that the more people we have, the more money we make. It's something that is really, really profitable. So no, drugs should be it should be in our control, not in, being able to be traded like this, peer to people, people buying from people. No, we should have control over the drugs. So let's shut down the site. They cannot be part of this business. But the business belongs to the government of the USA, the FBI, the CIA.
Yeah, and we have to make distinctions about, even if I have some issue with governance in the US, I have a lot of family there. And I lived in the United States, and I have a lot of friends there, and I have no problem with the U.S. population. And that is often when I make U.S. citizens angry when I talk about the issues at hand in their country, that the corruption that goes on. It is not a judgment on the people. It is about on the system which they live under. That's what I'm criticizing. So
Me too.
I'm
I
going to be absolutely
understand.
clear about that.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about Russia and what's going on with Ukraine. It's not about the Russian people. No, it's not about that. We are all people. Doesn't matter what we are. We're human beings, feelings. It's about something else. It's about the decisions that are not taken by you or me. Are I mean, I mean, the health industry in the USA, okay, it's something that, okay, pharmaceuticals, oxycodone, prescriptions of that, making profiting, making people addict to opioids in big time. So people then going to buy heroin on the streets because, okay, it's all like a big business where the pharmaceutical make millions, the government make millions, the hospital, the health industry make millions and millions, doctors make six figures salaries a year. Yeah, it's all a big business. It's not all about the people that are living. You say the person who was prescribed oxycodone because they have a pain in the back because of certain thing and should have been treated with something that was not an opioid, something an alternative thing. But no, yeah, you have a pain in the finger, you have this, so now you are hooked and you are our slave and you belong to us and you will have to get this drug forever. You will get addicted and yeah, and the doctor will get his cut and the pharmaceutical will profit millions and billions. Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a rabbit hole for sure. And I was reading something recently about this new or it's not new anymore, but I didn't know a lot about it, so I was reading up about it. That OxyContin, it actually makes people's pain worse. So they need always more and more and more, and then they're unable to get off of it. That's what I was reading about. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a pharmaceutical person or a chemist, so I cannot talk about it in an educated way. But from what I was reading, this is horrifying. Not to mention all the fentanyl that is floating both the U.S. and Europe. We even have a fentanyl problem now here in Iceland. People are dying on the streets.
Yeah, and imagine
Young people.
going
Well,
back to the
you
city.
mentioned these countries that are actually testing. What's going on in India?
What was your
Good point.
what was your in India?
Yeah, are there any tests in India? Are you guys testing? Is there any protocol? Is there anything that can curb such a virus?
Sorry, which virus are you talking about? Waffle? What virus are you talking about and what protocol?
Well, if I want to name one, I guess it would be the H5N1 bird flu influenza. Is there any protocols at all?
I am not aware of that. I don't know even.
No, I'm not aware about what's happened in India to that regard, but I know that there was a lot of shortage in a certain kind of medication because the production was moved to India and they were not up to standard, so they had to fix their factories. Other than that, I don't know a lot about India, but I do know there are a lot of very savvy hacker groups there that are making havoc all over the place. And the Indians I know are very progressive. So India is a twofold or a threefold or a fourfold country. It's very complex. You have extremely wealthy people, and then you have people that have absolutely nothing and have no chance of working themselves out of it. But about what you specifically mentioned, I'm not educated on.
Yeah, well, there are similar people in the West. The odds might be a little bit better, but there's similar people in the West. So the
Yeah,
same
well,
people that have nothing to work for are the same people you're talking about in India. They just happen to have a little bit more comfort. That's it.
Absolutely correct. They are I mean, it's obvious when you look at the protectory and the data point over the last 30 years. Like I said, I'm a grandmother, I'm over 50, and I've been online a long, long, long time. And when you see the trajectory of how the middle class, for example, in the US, has completely been wiped out. And you just see that, like in Iceland. I mean, I could point you guys to a very, very educated man on these issues. His name is John Perkins. He wrote a book called Economic Hitman. He used to work for the US government. He's a really good whistleblower. He was here in Iceland a few times. When we got I mean, Iceland got put on the terrorist list. This was a whole havoc what happened here. And it's a long story to tell, so I would advise you to just Google and read up about it. But economic hits are committed against countries, and that's what happened here, and that is what is happening elsewhere too. So that's all often their first go-to point is to hit the economy of a country, to paralyze the infrastructure, the economy, to make people so hungry and so angry that they turn against their own governments. So I would definitely, his name is John Perkins, and he wrote a book called, he's written a lot of books, and there is a lot of interviews with him about Iceland and other places on YouTube. So I would definitely recommend looking him up if you're interested in those kind of things. But that's often, so you have cyber warfare and you have economic warfare, and then you have cultural warfare.
yeah, I don't know if he left the space. I don't know if he's heard.
Yeah, Waffle just disappeared on us again. Well,
Well,
but
maybe the platform, well, India. I mean, India Pegasus, India. You know, invading the privacy of journalists, the opposition, the activists. Yeah, maybe they decide. Okay, the government to press a button and got rid of him of this space.
yeah, absolutely. But like I said, I know very little about India. The people I know there are that are in IT are good people, but I know they have a lot of issues with some groups there that are very, very good at what they do, extremely good at what they do.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. Again, I don't know much. Only I know regarding um, no freedom of speech, continuous surveillance against activists, opposition, journalists, in order to know what they're doing, in order to have that knowledge, that power, in order to be in control. And yeah, uh, that's all I know about India. And when it comes to IT, well, they are, uh, because of cost, a place where outsourcing IT services is one of the probably the best countries in the world because of the English, the knowledge regarding IT, the culture, and also probably this is something I'm guessing the bridge between the pure people and those who are, I don't know, if there's middle class or upper, I don't know. I perceive they're really, really pure people, and yeah, and lack of a lot of resources to them. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm not really competent to talk about that, but regarding IT outsourcing, English being elements that make India a great place for. Okay, you are calling to Bank of America. How can I help you? Oh, my name is Subi. I am talking from the Bank of America. Can I? No, and you're talking to India. No, all the data centers in there. Yeah, all the companies are outsourcing, serving, saving a lot of money, running those services from there. Also happening in Uruguay here, not as much as in India, but Sabre, for example, the company that handles all the ticketing for aircraft all around the world. The call center is installed in Uruguay, and the people calling from everywhere in the world. They're getting
Absolutely. I have a good girlfriend in Bosnia Herzegovina. She works on all kind of things for people all around the world. She works at that kind of a call center. And like she told me years ago, she's like, and the people working here are, some of them are not even qualified to be doing what they are doing. And of course, they get a fraction of the salary they would have to pay people that are professionals in the field, for example, in the UK or US or wherever ever those people would be working. So they are absolutely outsourcing those jobs. And I can tell you another thing, Alberto. One of my friends in Bosnia, he went to work as a construction worker in the US recently for a Bosnian company, because you can't, of course, get a work visa in the US, but they circumvented it's some kind of I don't know. It's almost like just like like when I was talking to him about it, I'm like, it's almost like a slave market, because the salary they were getting, the Bosniak, he told me like what the U.S. citizens were getting, and they were getting a certain amount an hour, and then the Mexicans were getting a certain amount an hour, and the Bosniaks, they were getting half of that. And the living conditions, I mean, he took photos for me and stuff, are not good. And that's what they're also doing. They are moving people through these agencies that are called hiring agencies from countries that cannot get work visas in the US to work jobs for a fraction of the pay that they would have to pay US citizens to do the same job.
exactly.
Hence, people are out of work.
Yeah, I mean, for example, Tata Consult, okay, 2000. Tata Consulting Systems is from India. It's actually not only an IT company, it's a big company. It's not a, how do you say it? Okay, I don't remember the name. Okay, never mind. It has some different. They make the build card. They have IT, all kinds of things. And in IT, okay, they are the most important company in India in services. And in 2000s, they decide to open a branch in Uruguay because of prices, and in IT in Uruguay we have zero unemployment. So they came here. They opened in okay because of being here operating, giving services everywhere in the world except Uruguay. They were in a place that was like a place where they didn't pay taxes, but it was like Delaware. You can provide services everywhere in the world except Delaware. Well, here they were exempt of paying taxes. In here, they established an office. They hired 1,000 people, mostly from IT. And okay, the thing is that the market, they ran out of people from IT to hire, and they have so many projects. So they were looking for programmers, project managers, different kind of profiles, and they didn't find, so they started getting people that were, I don't know, lawyers or anything that were unemployed, and they give them classes to program, for example, and after 3 months they started working programming in the company. So what do they do? The salaries. You have a programmer who studied for a couple of years to become a programmer, or that has a degree, university degree on programming, where that was getting certain salary. But then with this kind of change in the dynamics, okay, you have these people that in 3 months they were taught how to program and they started working, and the salaries dropped dramatically. So it was a big mess. Not yeah, not many people were happy, but okay, they were giving services to all over the world. Actually, the main account of American Express was handled by Tata here in Uruguay. So yeah, American Express services were provided from here. Uh, yeah, the thing is that the fraction of the price they would pay if they were operating in USA was probably, I don't know, probably here they were paying 20%. And uh, the other thing is that I would never actually, sorry, not to be discriminative, but I would never buy a system by a company in India, uh, because yeah, the prices are low. They can do it, but they are a pain in the ass when it comes to requirements and everything. They will do the they would make it work, but okay, requirements, functional requirements, non-functional requirements, like I don't know, uh, they would be real pain in the ass. The quality of they can make a program, a system that yeah, it will be really working probably, but it will really be not the best performance system that can be done. And uh, yeah, you have been really when it comes with requirements to be completely clear, specific. The scope of the project can be should be completely documented and specified, because they will do. Okay, you want a program that this and this be ambiguous, and they will make it. Yeah, they will make it, but it will be nothing to do with what you want, and you will pay $100 instead of $5,000. But it will be like something that you will say, "What the hell is this? Can you change this?" Oh yeah, sir, we can change this, but you have to pay like 200 more dollars. That was not in the contract. Oh, I don't want to deal with that.
No, no, not me either. And there's a lot. Do you have, Alberto, do you have regular scheduled spaces? Because I always miss your spaces and I'm so bummed about it. Because I need to go to the doctor at
I,
10,
I
so
have
I need to be leaving
hosted
soon.
I have hosted 1,500 spaces. I was hosting 30 or 40 spaces a month. In the last month, I was speaking in 6 spaces, only because I am here with our girl that is visiting me. But yeah, no, normally I talk uh, some hours every day on the spaces, yes, not to schedule, but uh, if you set alerts on my profile, you might, if you're lucky, get an
Yeah,
alert.
yeah. I'll think I'll turn on alerts because I don't have them on. But I'm just gonna choose who I get alerts from wisely because my phone was blowing up when I had the alerts on. But I will fix that. But if there is an interesting space, Alberto, where you think I might benefit from listening to the discussions, please send me an invite link if it wouldn't be too
Okay,
much trouble for
may I
you.
ask a
I'd be ever
favor?
so thankful.
Yeah, may I ask a favor? Could you, I don't know, without, I mean, I mean, yes, I'm not known as an answer is okay. Uh, do you know anybody interesting that I can meet on DEFCON that you might know, that I don't know, networking is everything. I'm going there for networking mostly, to know people, to get to know people that.
I'm going to see if some high pirates, because we still have some pirate politicians. I don't know if any of my friends are going this year. It's been quite a hectic time for everybody, but I will see. I'm gonna send out a message and see if I know anybody that I know well enough and I trust well enough, and
I
then I'll connect you to.
I would really love to do that, because really this is an opportunity to meet people that otherwise I could only meet here, but meeting in person people like yeah, from the pirate, it's like a dream for me. So I would really love to meet somebody like that in person. So I would really appreciate if you can get
Yeah, there
me.
might very well be some very savvy pirates or former pirates. Some of us, like me, were just because we just grew apart from the organization, because it completely changed from having focus on internet governance and cybersecurity to civil issues, which is we wanted to be in just our sphere, what we know. I don't know how to manage a financial ministry, but I know something about internet governance. So so I call myself an ex-pirate, but I'm really not. I'm one of the founders. So, but the movement today is a shadow of what it used to be. And there is a lot of people in the movement now that I don't know who they are, so I cannot possibly trust them. But if I find somebody old school or age that I know well and I trust well, that's going, I'll definitely connect you guys. I'm gonna send out a signal and see if
Okay.
anybody replies.
Okay, well, by the way, you don't know me. Uh, I tell people, don't trust anybody, and I tell you, don't trust me. I don't think you can help.
Yeah, that's the rule. Don't trust anybody.
Yeah,
But
I
I've been, now I've been, we've been friends on here for a year, and I've been following, you, Alberto, and I go into the spaces you're in, and I listen to, I know who you say you are, who you say you are. I know what you have done. I know a lot of people in South America, a lot of pirates there, a lot of very good pirates there that came here to Iceland and helped out a lot, amazing people. So I know who you are. I know that you are who you say you are. And I know you're being absolutely truthful in everything you say. I do my homework.
well, thank
So
you.
I trust you completely.
Well, actually, just your support, just liking or commenting a tweet, and sending me that voice message means like you probably don't send a voice message in DM in Twitter to anybody. You probably take your time before knowing who you are doing that to. Yeah, so that means a
Yeah.
lot. Thank you.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have to. It's hard in this kind of space. What we do, it's hard to trust people, especially after everything that's gone down the last 30 years. But still, we need to find a way to trust each other, because trust is what will move us forward as a unit. Because we cannot be fighting this as single people in our own rooms. We have to somehow find a way again to work together against those forces that are, because I love the internet. I love networking. I love getting to know all the wonderful people that I've gotten to know over the years through the internet. Couch surfing, people that have invited me into their homes, people that are working on civil, working on just making the world a better place in every kind of possible way. Not only through IT or ethical hacking or white hat or anything like that, but just really, really good people. So I think we need to continue on that journey. And the key, and that's what they want us to. They want us to be paranoid. They want us to distrust each other. Because when we distrust each other, we are not working together as a unit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so that is especially, for example, cryptocurrencies trying to destroy your reputation, your image, your name. Yeah, that's a powerful tool in order to lose that trust that takes a long time to build and a second to lose. Yeah, that is something that you don't want to lose, and you should. It's probably one of my most valuable assets, the trust of the people, the love of the people that I get, and the support. I mean, but yeah, people trusting me, and yeah, that is something that I really value. And it's not me who, it's like a gift. I mean, it's not like I go and buy trust. It's like people give me that as a gift and a reward uh, for certain
Yeah.
reasons. That is really valuable, priceless, and one of the most beautiful, I don't know, valuable assets that I have in order for me to do what I want to do and be the profession I want to do and do the changes I want to do in this world.
Yeah, and that's it's gonna. I mean, those are beautiful words, and I share the sentiment. I mean, there is nothing more beautiful to me than a group of committed citizens determined to make the world a better place for everybody. So, I mean, I'm very privileged. I live in Iceland. I'm one of the most privileged people on earth. I live in a safe place with, where the government is corrupted, but what government isn't. But other than that, we are very privileged. We are very safe. We have very high living standards. So I just feel it's so, and I have traveled the world and seen the condition other people have to live under, and this I cannot, I just can't tolerate. And the abuse that people are suffering online that are trying to make the world a better place, I cannot tolerate that either. So I'm back in the game, although I promised myself I would never go back in the game again. But one just can't. When I became a grandmother, I was like, I just can't sit on the sidelines while all these criminals run rogue on the internet, hurting. The what am I supposed to say? The average citizen that is just using the internet as a tool to communicate. So I'm completely committed to be a voice for change, be a voice for good, and I know you are. And I'm gonna read your book. I haven't read your book yet, but I'm gonna start your book next week. So it's gonna be an interesting read.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, uh, it's amazing. That book was published in 2020. The case was not closed. It was written with um, some kind of no, some anger, hate, um, fury, willing to revenge, piece off. Uh, okay, now the case is closer and perspective and making me understand that what happened actually made a big change that is so gratifying that it's not something that I mean I lost probably right now by the values of the market and the police stole the equivalent of $10 million from me. I'm completely broke. I haven't worked for years. I have no income. My mother is actually paying for all my bills, which is actually really embarrassing for me, really something that makes me feel so miserable in certain ways. I mean, me being supported by my mother, paying my bills at this age, not been working for so many years, no income, okay, but having realized that the system here changes because of what I did, and what I did is going to help other people. Other people will go through all the, the things I have to go through, and yeah, and I could do it. Other people probably they have lived or have to live, wouldn't have the, not to brag, but the knowledge probably and determination and the things that it takes in order to see the problems and actually take actions in order to say, okay, if this happens, I will do what it takes in order to notch at least they I will say it out loud, I will speak it to the world, believe it or not the world, okay, but I will go and do anything in order to for it to change. People were telling me it's a waste of time. It's like a system, it's like a wall impossible to change. No, I mean, when you see a problem in a system or anywhere, and okay, and you want to improve, to change that, what do? You have to create awareness that there is a problem. How do you do that? You speak about that. That's the first step. If you don't speak about the problem, there is no problem to solve. So that awareness is created by just speaking. Then it comes the rest. Yeah, the action. Then comes action. You can speak and it's so beautiful, but if you don't do things, things will never change. So it's a process that I've been learning on the fly. Uh, yeah, that actually at the end, in my case, I am very proud that something changes, and it's not about Alberto Hill. It's about the change in the system. It's about the people that can benefit from this. It's about building a better world for future generations. That I don't have children, but I don't. It's not about that. Those who have children will probably those children experience of benefits in their future. Uh, yeah, it's not about me at all. I don't gain anything from
That's
this.
the thing, and that's so, and it's not about us at all. It's about the children. It's about the future generations that we educate them on how these algorithms are going to control their whole entire existence.
Yes, absolutely. Because right now, a teenager or something can go on the internet and post anything and privacy. I mean, they don't care about the information collected or anything. They're not aware of what it means. I mean, it's not like Cambridge Analytica. Okay, they get this information from the user and they can know what message to show in an ad, in a message, in the timeline, in order to push that person to take certain decision according to their personality. Okay, yeah, they don't care giving that, providing that. No, they don't care about privacy for them. It's something that is not a big deal. For me, privacy is the most valuable asset. I mean, uh, I don't want, I mean, the government to know how I spend my money what do I do, where do I go, what do I buy, if I am, I don't know, going to hire a stripper or going to buy cigarettes at 3 a.m. Or I'm not about avoiding paying taxes or anything. It's like, it's my life. They don't have to write to, it's like, if somebody rings the door of my bell, it's up to me whether I let the person enter in or not into my house. It's my decision. The government doesn't have to know everything about my life because that is giving power to them, and giving power to them is something that I don't want to. No, I'm not going to do that. I want my life in my privacy. If I go outside right now to buy cigarettes, a facial recognition camera is not going to know that at this time I'm going to go there to buy cigarettes because I will use my credit card and it will appear that I bought this at this time and my face will appear in that place and they will know that pattern and I can go and I don't know, I go and pick up a prostitute and go to a motel and okay, uh, it's my life. I mean, I can. I mean, who are
It's
they?
our information. They have no right to be selling our information.
Yeah,
They are making money of our information, and they're becoming so good at it. They can predict before you know what you are going to do.
Yes, another point after Cambridge Analytica, I question myself according to what I'm being shown about the messages, about what you mentioned earlier, about that these weapons regarding frequencies that in the brain they alter the function. Okay, uh, am I in front of the cellular holding it now, getting some kind of frequency or anything that can actually modify my decision process, my thought process in order, am I actually deciding myself or am I being doing something that I am not aware that I'm not deciding by I'm taking decisions because of something that I am
All
being
I'm gonna
triggered.
say is that the psyop is real. It is real. It's social engineering 101.
I
That's
know.
that is what's happening. And the data harvesting that we live in is real. They are not only connecting data about our behavior, they are connecting data about our DNA, everything. Everything is being sold. We recently had a case here in Iceland where people's embryos were stolen and sold.
Yeah,
Their embryos were stolen and sold. Everything now. I mean, and I know this sounds ludicrous to people that haven't been around as long as you and I, Alberto, but you know I speak the truth. Everything is being monitored. Every
yeah.
move you freaking make.
Yeah, I can tell you, here in Uruguay, we use the CODIS, the system of the USA for DNA for the chassis system that the USA donated to Uruguay. So everybody who goes through a criminal case, okay, the DNA, fingertips, information is being stored in the system, was donated by the USA. No, it was not donated. There was only one condition. Okay, you can use this, but all the information that you are saving there, we have to have a copy of all that. So all the information of the DNA of and everything about the people that goes through a criminal case in Uruguay, eh, the USA has a copy of that. Okay, I have been through a process like that. Why the hell do the USA have my DNA in in their systems in their possession? I don't fucking authorize that. I don't want that. I wasn't given the option to opt in or opt out of that. That is completely unfair. Uh, that is terrible.
And also the opt out. I hate when they're saying, okay, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna have an opt out option. Opt out option. Most people don't read the small letter. There has to be an opt in. You get to choose if you want to be a part of this, if you want to donate your information to somebody, or if it's your information, you should be able to sell it if you want to. I'm a freedom person. It's not up to me what other people do, but I don't want some agencies I know nothing about collecting not only data, but also my biological data.
Exactly. I mean, and I was never asked that. And the question is, okay, uh, when it comes to data, private, personal information here, okay, it's like about uh, y- you collect the information that you require for what you are collecting is that. I mean, if you are asking for uh, I don't know, a loan to buy a house, they will not ask you for, okay, what is your Facebook account or what is your, I don't know, Chinese zodiac sign? Are you a rat? Are you no? I mean, they don't need to have that information in order for them to give you a loan. Uh, but if they ask you for that, you have the option either to provide them or not. It's up to you. But they have to justify, okay, what is the why is the reason they need that information? Is it reasonable for to give you the service or the product you are getting to have that information for them? Do they, for example, Twitter, do they need to know your political affiliation in order to provide the service? I don't think so, unless they have other intentions. But they don't need to do that, even though in these databases for 2012, they for certain people, users from certain states in the United States, there was a field in the database saying the political affiliation of the people. Why is that? In a space with Elon Musk, somebody was given the microphone with among 500,000 people and said, "Why is this information stored about these people in this in these fields in this database?" And Elon Musk said, uh, well, you are right. We shouldn't have that information about that person. It was so wonderful hearing that person saying that, but he also said, yeah, well, that information was from 2012, and yeah, he didn't know the company at that time. He said, yeah, we have to review all that. We cannot explain why we have that, but okay. Uh, what's the purpose of the information? They don't need that in order to. If I want to use Twitter, they don't need to have that unless they want to uh, uh, send me some, try to convince me to change my political affiliation, even though I have no political affiliation. I don't believe in politics. I'm not somebody who believes. I mean, I'm not an anarchist, but I think that politics are something that are disease that is necessary. I don't vote for any kind of party. I always vote annullated, which means not even blank. I just annulate my vote because otherwise, if I vote in blank, certain amount of money goes to the political parties. Uh, yeah, I just don't. I think that there doesn't matter the political party you're in. It's all the same. There's no left. There's no right. It's all about middle. Try to tell people what they want to hear, offer people what they want to be offered, and try to sell things that are just getting the power. It's all about manipulation, and there are no colors. The philosophy behind the different parties and left, right is all lost. Now, in order to win an election, you just have to have a good marketing strategy and get, well, either get the services of Cambridge Analytica and push people psychologically to vote to you, or you have to have a good marketing agency.
Absolutely, absolutely. I have to leave now. I have a doctor's appointment in a half an hour, but I'm looking forward to our future discussion. We have a lot to talk about and have so much fun at DEF CON and just network like no tomorrow. You
Yeah,
never know, you never really know who you're speaking to. So have your digital, card so you can give people out your info where they can contact you, have a copy of your book, a copy of your bio, and just network, network, network. That would be my advice to you from what I have been doing over the decades. It's just
I
talking to people, just being good at networking.
I really value your advice. I think it's what is on my mind. I mean, it's about meeting people, networking. Yeah, that's it. And again, as you said, you never know who you are going to be next to. Uh, yeah,
And you never know where they are going.
yeah, and I mean, in Buenos Aires, in Argentina, Coparty, 2 years ago, that I was a speaker, keynote speaker. Uh, for the first time in my life, I went to pick up my speaker badge, and somebody was out there, and he saw me and he said, oh my God, you're the guy from Uruguay who went to prison that was interviewed by David Bombal. And I was like, and he said, can I have a photo with you? And I was like, oh, yeah, sure, of course. And I realized, wow, people really, yeah, I mean, I am like, I don't know, an inspiration for people, and people recognize me, and it's like, yeah, you never know. I mean, I don't know, maybe I will go and meet Chef Mobs, and I would say, "Oh my God, the guy who created DEFCON," and he would say, "Oh my God, the guy from Diaries, Alberto, can I have a photo with you?" And I would say, "I don't know."
Yeah, that's exactly it. So this now you're gonna meet a lot of cool people. You're gonna have a lot of fun, and also go to. They have all kind of events between like party events and go to be that. That's a lot of mingling that goes on, and that those not only in the professional settings, but also in the mingles, like the little parties in between and stuff. So go enjoy yourself and make connection, because what you're doing and your story is important, Alberto.
I
So
know.
get it out there.
I know because, and when then the case ended here, the changes here, or that was like, okay, it's over. No, it's not over. I realized what happens here happens in Mexico, happens in Turkey, happens in India. So no, now with this experience or this, yeah, this life experience, okay, I can tell you, things can change. A person can change a system. A person can improve this. The things like that happened to me. So okay, let's contact people from all over the world that have actually contacted me before, telling me, oh, what happened to you also happened to me in this country, but nobody knows about that. So yeah, I can guide you. I can support you. I can, yeah, give you guidelines and try to help you in order to get the same where you are as I am here, as a little collective of hackers, ethical hackers. We have to protect ourselves. We are very exposed. I mean, unlike a doctor can commit a mistake in a surgery and can kill a person, and he has probably 100 lawyers. The hospital has an insurance that for millions and millions, and the doctor will just, nothing will happen to him. But if a cybersecurity professional does something that, okay, is like crimes, this is a crime, this is not a crime. Those who create the laws know nothing about the computer and the cybersecurity world, ethical hackings, and the gray, black, white. No, there's nothing. I mean, in order to protect yourself from the bad guys, you have to think of them. In order to do that, you'll have to cross certain lines that, for the laws, you are probably committing a crime. But you have to do that in order. It's like they don't understand how the dynamics of being a hacker is, an ethical hacker, and being the best of the best in that, excelling, being not an average one. Uh, you are probably committing a crime for the laws, but that doesn't mean that you're doing something bad or something that is hurting somebody. You're just doing something that the law says is a crime. It's like in USA, you are possessing cocaine, okay, you are committing a crime, which is stupid. Here in Uruguay, you are arrested with cocaine, it's your body. The police doesn't give a fuck. You can possess cocaine for personal use without any problems. I mean, it's your life. You can do whatever you want. It's not a crime. But okay, in the USA, it is a crime. Here, not. Is it good or bad? Who am I to judge? I don't know. For me, you can do whatever you want with your body. Yeah, for me, it's not a crime. Actually, it's completely perfect if you can do whatever you want with your body and with your ingest. But okay, an ethical hacker, for me, I do things that might be a crime in certain countries and others not. But for me, it's what I have to do, and I do what I think I have to do despite of that. Of course, I will not a bank because I will end up in prison. But that doesn't mean that somebody hacking a bank is for me a criminal. For me, somebody who hacks a bank is somebody who is hacking people that have already stolen a lot of money for a lot of people. So it, for me, it would be a hero, somebody who is hacking a bank and actually not for as a crime for profiting, but okay, fucking with a bank system and yeah, making them lose money or getting that money and getting that distributed from people that already uh, got a lot of losses that were taken from the bank before. So yeah, so that is a crime that I would never hack a bank and steal money from there. But that doesn't mean that somebody that does that for me is a criminal. So it's all relative.
That's true. It's all relative. It's so funny how when a little person does something, it's considered a crime, but when a very powerful person does the exact same thing, it is completely legal, isn't that?
Well, it's
That's a
like
twist.
when you say, okay, when somebody keeps repeating a lie several times, it's called, it becomes true. No, it's called politics.
Exactly. It's called politics, and that is, I mean, that is a pit of snake if I've ever been in one. I mean, I have after my spin with the Pirate Party, and both the Icelandic Pirate Party, the Swedish Pirate Party, and the International Pirates. I have lost so much faith in politics, not politicians. There are a lot of good people that go into politics, but they just get disheartened because you are fighting against a machine, a system that is so powerful, and either people just okay, I think a lot of I've lost a lot of my friends over to, I call it, over to the dark side, because they have really good chocolate cookies, because they figure, okay, I can't beat them, but if I join them, I will have a really good life,
Mhm.
not be broke as like my friend Eva.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and the
You
thing is
know,
that
so
okay, what I think is okay, somebody who is honest will never become a president or a position of privilege in politics. If you reach there, you get the support and from a lot of powerful people, and then they will come and they will tell you, oh, yeah, you have to give that favor back. That and that is corruption. Basically, they support in your campaign and all that, and okay, and then they will come and ask you for something, and you will not be able to say no, and that is when corruption occurs, and you cannot become a president without having to uh, giving back those favors that you get in order to get the visibility, get all the all the infrastructure, or all the structure in order to become a president. That is all like a big project that involves so many fields like marketing, like research, like uh, mm, I don't know, so many things that cost
social
millions.
engineering, using social platforms to influence how people vote. I mean, you've been around as long as I have, Alberto, and you've seen the how the trajectory has been since social media became a thing for everybody in the early 2000s. I mean, it was obvious, and then using voting machines to boot. I mean, we are living under a rigged system.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And the thing is that, okay, it's, I mean, I don't know. It costs a lot of money, and the budget in order to become a president is, I mean, it's a lot. Somebody
Yeah,
who is
to
honest
have
will,
access to all those resources, you have to have a lot of money. You cannot do it without money. It's
yeah, I mean,
impossible.
do you have like, I don't know, $1 billion or $500 million for to become a president in you? Okay, actually the budget in Uruguay, I think, is like the most $50 million for running for president. Okay, no, sorry, it was. half a billion dollars in 2015. Okay, do you have that in your bank account? Probably not. Where do you get the money from? From okay donations and okay and other ways that okay you are getting money and okay no you get that as a gift. No, nobody gives it as a gift, and actually you will have to return that in favors, and yeah, and that is where all it is screwed up. So it's nobody honest with no money with a budget of I don't know. In my case, let's say $50,000 become a president. I will have no visibility. I will have absolutely no voice. Nobody will know anything about it. I mean, I,
But remember the pirates, Alberto. We had no money. Do you know where I ran the pirates from? The boot of my car. I had a printer in the boot of my car and a computer and a charger, like a big battery, and and I just drove around, and I just recruited people, and then other people I recruited other people, and that's how. And none of us had any money. And then we just started to crowdfund. We were just it just we just reached that tipping point of enough people committing committed to make a change. So I have seen this happen in my lifetime. I mean, we were all when we polled at 40%, we were polling at 40%. A new political party called the Pirates. I mean, that says a lot. And we didn't have a dime to our name.
okay, I would like to implement that in Uruguay. I would like the Piratas party in Uruguay. Yeah, I, that's really
It starts with
something.
a conversation and starts with getting a committed group of people together that are just absolutely like we were. I'm a little bit like I get obsessive about stuff, and we were just obsessive about we need to get this information out, and we need to get this information out to politicians. Internet governance is of the utmost importance. We need to make people safe online. That was the first idea, and then it just spiraled into like everything it spiraled into WikiLeaks and so on and so forth. But and of course we made a lot of mistakes along the way, and I hope I learned a lot from them all. But I know this can be done. This can be done, but it doesn't happen overnight. It takes tenacity, which you have, and just keep on going no matter what. Your story is important.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen overnight, but you say it can be done. I mean, if you have a doubt about that, yeah, well, it couldn't be done, but you said it can be done. You said, yeah, well, then you can do it.
We got people into the European Parliament. We got people into parliaments all over the world. So just some internet punks. So it can be done, and we used no tricks to do so. We just went out and talked to the public and published information that we thought that regarded the public, that public should had the right to know, and that's all we did. There were only ethical hackers. There was nothing illegal about what we were doing. Not one thing. Did we get sent information from people that I don't know who are that we then published? Yes, but those were information that the public has the right to know about. That's absolutely my opinion and my stance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, um, like this case of, I mean, okay, Facebook selling this information for being processed from Cambridge Analytica. Okay, people must know that, um, and it's so stupid that okay, Facebook was fined with $2 billion for that. Okay, 2 billions. Well, that was worth like $50 billion. So, yeah, where do we, where the money to? I mean, no, those people should face criminal charges for that. Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, but we're gonna meet again soon in Spaces. I've been quite busy and not been able to be online so much. Sometimes I just need to take a break from it all. But I'll definitely be meeting you in Spaces, Alberto. And when you hold the space, if you could please send me a link, so if I'm online, I can join.
Okay, okay,
It's been a pleasure talking to you. Say hi to Cybergirl from me.
okay. Thank you, Eve. Take care.
Yes.
Bye,
Yeah. Take care. Bye
bye.
bye.